I clicked the wrong one. We're gonna need to recap pretty hard here. Unless what happened last time was the whole... That was the biker guys, right? Was that last time? I have like a very bad like part in my brain that's thinking like that was a week ago. But I'm hoping that was on Tuesday. How was Final Fantasy earlier? Good. I got to play as a little robotic kitty cat for a bit, which was a lot of fun. So good progress made. I actually felt very productive. It was only like I've only played. Was it like 5 hours? But it felt like I did a lot. So it was good. Thank you for asking. Last time was the gangsters getting gangstered on. Okay, good. Like I said, I thought that was the last stream, and then there was a part of me that was like, wait, was that a week ago? And then there's a Tuesday stream that I'm just like not remembering anything from. Okay. So, yes, Tuesday stream. I don't know if there's a ton to recap, right? Um I don't exactly remember why he did it, so I might need to be reminded on that, but he was like set on his keychain, his keys? His keys. He needed his keys, right? So then that was the reason why he headed back to go see Shion. He was like, "Oh, I'll go at the where she works." I think that was the whole thing. He lost his keys, so that's why he had to go meet Shion again. They had their little flirtatious meeting. Him sitting at the booth eating unlimited pancakes, I believe. She gave him some free coupons, and he was like, "No, I can pay." Because if you're like hitting on someone, even as a teenager, like, sure, the free pancakes would have been nice or whatever, but like if you can step up and show that you're like you can cover your own food, like monetarily wise, only carries you that much further. This is like their second meeting too, so like I don't blame them. I'm not saying she would necessarily look down on him if he took all the items and free, but like on top of like him distracting her from like working the job, on top of that, just eating all the free food on her dime, basically, not the best it looks. This is the actual stuff I think about. I don't think about what the actual them meeting for a second time and the whole Shion Mion thing. I don't think about that stuff over the last couple days. I think of what does this mean for 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 the potential budding relationship between the two. All right, and the small things. That's where my mind goes. I think Shion called him at night, and they were set up a date for the following day. Oh yeah, dessert contest judging. I think that was a thing. She called him at night. He originally was like, oh, he recognized the last name or whatever. He's like, oh, that must be Mion, either talking about tomorrow at school or the or maybe we're gonna do like a game this late at night. He was thinking maybe possibly the worst things, but it was like, no, that was me. That was Shion, not Mion calling. And she's like, hey, I have this. There's like a dessert bakery contest thing. Do you want to be a judge or something? I think that was what it was. And he's like, oh, my new potential girlfriend inviting me to sweets, bakery, eating things. Sign me up. So I think that was the whole deal. There was that. I saw some weird screenshot of Final Fantasy VII with the Hellhound party member. The Hellhound party member? Do you mean Red 13? The dog cat thing? I've never heard him described as Hellhound, but yes, Red 13. He's a quadrupedal party member, and he can ride chocobos, and he rides on things just as if he is a human. He is a party member just like everyone else. He's just as good. And don't tell him that he can't. Hell's Jaguar. Jaguar. Alright, so everyone caught... Was that basically the gist of Tuesday stream then? Did I catch up on everything? I think I got everything. I think I got everything with that recap. I was thinking again in the shower this morning, do I still 100% believe? I know I keep reiterating it, but we might as well I might as well just say every stream until we get to the final reveal. But I'm 100% sure one of two things are definitely going to happen. My first thing and what I'm confident in, Shion and Mion are different people. Keiichi doesn't come to realize it until a final big moment where they're both in the same room, and it's that. Or is the game, potentially the second option I think is the game knows that it seems so obvious to us, and then they're gonna do just one layer of reverse psychology to us, and then the big reveal is that they aren't different people. They're the same person, and we should have trusted Keiichi's gut instinct this whole time. But as of now, I think they're two different people. It makes too much sense. Fuck all that. And then there was the Oishi tip. Yes. So there was the... What did I wanted to make sure I understood that whole thing. Was the whole deal there, like, he caught them, it was basically stolen bikes or something? Was that the whole deal? Or am I misreading that? As, like, the end of the reveal of the tip was like, oh, he got him. Okay. The way it was presented was a little weird at first, and then, like, it was towards the very end of that time when I was like, oh, I see, he was playing coy the whole time, and kind of like, what's the, fucking, why is his name, God, I was gonna make a reference, and now the name just escaped me. The detective guy. That's having a renaissance, feels like, on the internet the past year or so. Something with an M? I don't know. Yeah, at the very end, he was playing coy the whole time. And then he was like, oh, by the way, stolen bikes. And they're like, oh, shit. Got him. Oishi-san. Got him. I don't know, what is the detective name? Escape me. A fictional detective guy. Fucking old TV show. What? Oh, I feel so bad. I can't remember his name. Like, it literally just, like, evaporated from my brain, even though I had the reference in my, I had the reference. Shuichi Kirigiri? No, not Danganronpa. It's a TV show. Old American, detective, It's three syllables. It's American show. Conan, what? Fuck it. I'm gonna have to look it up because it's gonna bother me. Columbo? Is it Columbo? That's it, right? Why was I having so... Yeah, Columbo. Why was I so not being able to remember that? Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I would have found it after a couple of minutes of searching. Everyone would just have to wait until I found it out by searching online. Alright, so we're at the end of chapter 4. Let's go. Yeah, it's not like that's never happened before on the street before, where I just get set on something and then it just takes forever for me to figure out what I want to, what it is, and then I force everyone to pause until everything is set. Alright, let's go. Let's get it on. Just have to extend the stream. See, I can't extend the stream though, because then people are like... Then they're like, oh, it's so late for me, and then my time zone. But what about my time zone? And then I'm like, I'm doing hand gestures and movements. You can't see them, but I'm doing them. Alright, here we go. So I assume this is the next day or something. Okay. I assume this is next day, but I guess we'll learn. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion... Oh no, this is the next day in the morning, it seems. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion even said anything. I've been invited over by Shion for an all-you-can-eat dessert. I made a point of leaving half my lunch uneaten. My expectations would only be rivaled by my hunger.
Keiichi-kun, 今日はなんだか嬉しそうだね.
Wait, so is he saying that? I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school before Mion even said anything, because he's still, again, saying Mion and Shion are the same person, and technically Shion invited him to this thing, so if Shion's going to be there, then he thinks Mion's not going to be able to have and hold a club activity. Okay. I understand. That's what he's saying. Oh, Keiichi. I can't wait. I just want, when Keiichi is proven wrong about this whole thing, and they're, you know, this thing that he feels so sure about himself, I can't wait till he's proven wrong, and then we all get to just point and laugh at him. Just point and laugh. Keiichi-kun, you seem kind of happy today.
いいことあるのかな?
I'm gonna have to adjust that slightly. Okay, did something good happen? Did it? I guess it was obvious. Rina had questioned me with a happy look. That's right. Why don't I invite Rina for dessert as well? No. If I recall correctly, Shion said something about having a ticket. At worst. Oh! I forgot to... Maybe you can tell. I'm pretty much... it took like, what, 3 or so weeks of like constant coughing? But it's like basically gone today. I don't want to speak too... I don't want to jinx myself. Because I've got on standby, I've got some cough drops if needed, if it becomes worse after I start reading for a while. But I think I'm in the clear. It only took like 3 or so weeks. It's terrible. Okay. At worst, the restaurant might be admission by ticket only today. If that was the case, then having Rina be turned away at the door would result in the worst feeling ever. Yeah.
ちょっとしたラッキーでさ。
Still a little over what I'd want. Okay. I got a little lucky.
明日報告してやるよ。
I'll tell you about it tomorrow.
レナ、きっと羨ましがるぜ。
Rina, you'll definitely be jealous. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
なんだろう?
What is it? What is it?
いいの?
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
そのラッキーって可愛いかな?
This lucky thing. Is it cute? Is it? Cute. Wonder what Rina would think of the uniforms at Angel Mort. They'd definitely be a critical hit. That's a good point. Rina would definitely be dealt a strong blow by the uniforms, I would think.
多分
Probably.
かなり可愛いかも。
It's probably pretty cute.
いいの?
What? I'm jelly.
何かな?
What is it? What is it?
へえ。
Hmm?
どんな幸運に恵まれたのやら。
What kind of fortune were you blessed with?
あれ?
Huh?
ひょっとして2月くらい前にエンジェルモートで三角くじとか引いた?
Could it be you participated in the draw at Angel Mort about 2 months ago?
それに当たった?
And won?
おいおい。俺は2月前にはまだ転校してきてないぞ。
Hey now, I hadn't even transferred here 2 months ago.
ああ、そっか。
Oh, that's right.
じゃあエンジェルのデザートフェスタでもないし。
Then it's not the Angel's Dessert Festa then. Festa? Like short for festival? Festa.
みーちゃん、エンジェルのデザートフェスタって何かな?
I've never heard a festival be shortened to Festa. Actually, maybe I have. I immediately take that back. Mi-chan, what is the Angel's Dessert Festa exactly?
ほら、沖宮の駅前の正面にエンジェルモートっていうファミレスがあるじゃない?
You know there's that family restaurant called Angel Mort right by Okinomiya Station?
あそこではね、季節の変わり目に新デザートのお披露目イベントをやるんだよ。
Every season they hold an event to promote their new dessert menu.
それが今日でね。
That's today.
あ、行っても無駄だよ。
Oh, it's no use going.
9時当選者以外は入店できない貸し切りデーだから。
The restaurant is reserved for people who won the draw. Mion explained once again what Shion explained to me last night.
レナも今度からお店に通ってみよう。
Rina will have to stop by the restaurant sometime.
頑張ってくじを当てて次のデザート食べ放題を狙うの。
I'll do my best to draw a winning ticket and aim to enter the next all-you-can-eat event.
頑張れ。
Knock yourself out.
ちなみに聞いた話だと、当選くじはマニア垂涎のプラチナチケットで、闇では高値で取引されてるなんて噂が。
By the way, this is just something I heard, but there's a rumor that the tickets are being sold on the black market for a pretty penny. Hearing that story, I felt even more appreciative of the ticket that Shion had procured for me. I just thought I was lucky to be able to eat dessert for free, but it turned out that the ticket was much more valuable. The number of things I had to thank Shion for had increased again.
ありがとな。
Thanks.
そんなに価値があるものなんて俺全然知らなくて。
I didn't know it was worth so much. I whispered in a voice only Mion could hear. That was how I conveyed my feelings. Mion looked at me for a moment before she tilted her head to the side and smiled confusedly.
何？
Hmm? What?
なんか言った？
Did you say something? It would be a problem if you said something to me right now. That smile seemed to be telling me as much. I guess Mion wouldn't be accepting any gratitude while she was Mion. I'll go to the restaurant. I don't know. I get it. Keiichi is a teenager. I have many more years of wisdom on this guy. And also, I'll come out and say it. Generally, I think I'm probably smarter than Keiichi is. Even when I was a teenager. But, all that being said, I think if I kept reacting this way to Mion about a supposed Shion, and multiple times she said, no, silly, those are different people, or that's a different person, or she looked at him weird, and he was so like, I would not be so determined to keep saying, like, oh, this is, thanks, wink wink, thanks Shion, to Mion, when she keeps going, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, at some point, I'd be like, something's weird. Either I'm in the wrong, or I clearly need to stop bringing it up because it's making, like, at the very least, maybe it's making Mion uncomfortable for whatever reason. But one of those two things, either I'm in the wrong, or Mion is uncomfortable by me bringing it up, I would stop. I would immediately stop doing that. And I don't know why he's so insistent on doing something like that to her. I'm just putting too much faith in him. True. This guy can only be told he's wrong so many times. When will he stop? I'll go to the restaurant. Today, I'll thank Mion while she's Shion.
じゃ、おじさんはこの辺で失礼するわ。
Well then, this old man will take his leave here.
今日のバイトはちょっとハードなんだよな。
The work
じゃあね
today. The work today is gonna be a little rough. Later. Mion waved her hand energetically as she left.
ねえ、ケイチくん。
Hey, Keiichi-kun.
なんだかみーちゃん、最近変なの。
Michan has been kind of weird lately.
浮かれてるっていうか、嬉
Like-
しそうっていうか。
Like she's elated or something.
そうなのか？
Hmm? What? You think so? Rina was pretty sharp when it came to these types of things. To me, Mion seemed the same as always, but Rina apparently felt something different.
ケイチくんは知らないのかな。
You don't know, Keiichi-kun?
てっきり知ってるのかなって思って。
I totally thought you knew. Rina's skirt flustered as she spun around with a coy smile.
知ってるって俺が何を？
No, what exactly? I was obviously weaseling my way out of the question, but I wasn't lying. Honestly, I didn't know what was going on. Why did Shion, a persona of Mion that she'd created, appear before me? Something was blatantly up, but Rina paid it no heed.
そっか。
Oh, really?
じゃあ何なんだろうね。
I wonder what it is then.
でも、みーちゃんが機嫌いいと、レナも嬉しいよ。
When Michan is in a good mood, so is Rina.
はう？
How? That's- Saying that she's, I don't know why I envisioned like her like howling to a non-existent moon as she was proclaiming that. Saying that, she spread her arms wide open and spun around happily. I didn't know why, but Rina was in a really good mood. It was so infectious that I had to smile too. Even the chirping of the cicadas seemed joyful.
でもね、
But, you see? Rina abruptly stopped spinning. Her expression had returned to a mere somber one.
みーちゃんね、
You see, Michan,
つい最近ね、
lately,
すごく傷つけられたの。
she's been in a lot of pain. Huh? Also, I'm just now kind of coming, like, this, we've seen in the first chapter, we saw Rina multiple times approach Keiichi in a, for lack of a better term, like a threatening aura, right? I don't know if this story is going to go this route, and I'm only now thinking this because we have this moment here where Rina's with Keiichi by themselves. But I wonder, like, and I brought this up, like, in the first chapter, we saw just the very beginning spark of, like, this Rina and Keiichi kind of, like, more than friendship kind of, like, moment. Almost, maybe, possibly. Unless I completely misread the scene or situation. Is there, by any chance, especially with Rina now seeing that Mion is happy all of a sudden, and if, like, it comes to this, I don't know if the story would go in this direction, but is there any possibility that, like, Rina, the person that she is like jealous of this now budding friendship between, like, or increasing friendship between, like, Keiichi and Mion / Shion. You know what I mean? I wonder if that's going to be anything. I'm just throwing it out there, you know? Anyway, you see, Michan, lately, she's been in a lot of pain.
傷つけって、え?
Do I want an answer? Just speculating? That's me just speculating. I wouldn't obviously want an answer if it's, like, verging potentially on spoiler-like territory. This is me positing a question to the ether. Keiichi says, what do you mean, pain? The pain that Rina was talking about probably wasn't physical.
初めはあまり気にしてないふりをしてたけど、
At first she tried to pretend it wasn't a big deal,
怪我と同じ。
but like a wound,
だんだん腫れてきた。
it began to fester,
じんじん腫れてきた。
fester and grow.
とうとう痛みがこらえられなくなって、夜中に目を覚ました。
Eventually, she was no longer able to bear the pain, woke up in the middle of the night,
そしてレナに電話してきたの。
and then she phoned Rina.
みーちゃんは泣いてた。
Michan was crying.
ごめん。
I'm sorry?
それ、何の話だよ。
What are you talking about?
何の話？レ
What am I talking about? Huh?
ナは今何か話をしてたのかな？かな？
What is Rina talking about? What?
おい、そんなとぼけ方するなよ。
Hey, don't play dumb like that.
今、レナは。
Just now you said,
知らない知らない知らない。
I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
レナは何も知らないよ。
Rina doesn't know anything.
はう。
How? Rina's acting strange. Rina spun as she laughed innocently. Eventually, she appeared to get sick, stumbling as she steadied herself with her hand against the wall. She's becoming delusional. Quick, get her to a hospital. She's malfunctioning. How?
目が回って。
The room is spinning.
バカだな。
That was dumb.
調子に乗ってぐるぐる回ってるからだよ。
That's what you get for getting carried away and spinning like that. Short-circuiting and...
ごめん。
Sorry.
はあ、気持ち悪いかも。
I think I feel sick. Was she like channeling something? That it almost, the way that came across is that she was like channeling like a spirit or something, and that tried to like warn Keiichi of something about Mion. And then as it was like exiting her body, it was like manifesting in like this physical like sense. And then as it left her body, she like became delirious. I'll lend the ditz a shoulder to lean on. To be stumbling around like a newborn full at this age is actually quite a feat. Rina, in a good mood, only babbled incoherently after that. I laughed as I responded to and chided her. However, chance to revisit that heavy topic Rina had brought up before never arrived. Handy water. Break. As soon as I got home, I tossed aside my school bag and changed in a hurry. The effects of only having a light lunch were starting to show, as my stomach began to let out fickle growls. Alright, let's go. To Angel Mort. It's time to face the land of endless dessert. Preparations for battle are complete. Tally ho! I read that as not as I needed more excitement. Gotta get desserts. Angel Mort had a decidedly different feel to it compared to yesterday. Dessert festa today. Admittance by reservation only. Nonetheless, the front of the store was being swarmed by over a dozen young men. Judging by how they were looking upwards in jealousy instead of entering the store, they weren't invitees. Why would they gather here if they knew they couldn't get in? I found out the answer when I passed through the crowd and began to climb the steps to enter the restaurant. Are you a participant? Do you have a ticket? Yeah? Well, I was lucky. As soon as I said that, I was immediately mobbed. Bad idea. Dumb Keiichi moment. It was like being in the middle of a football scrum on a crowded train. What is going on? The reason was this. It wasn't just one ticket per person. One ticket could let up to 4 people inside. Oh shit, Keiichi, you have a grand money-making opportunity right now. Come on, man. So it's like that, huh? Yeah, that brings up the second thing I was about to say. He should have brought his friends then if he knew. Why wasn't he told? The media question is, why was he not told that he could invite people? Why did Shion drop the ball there? Unless Shion didn't want him to invite friends. Easy answers. Easy questions, easy answers. So it's like that, huh? Also, I think we glossed just slightly over it, but the whole Mion is upset about something, not physical, but she's upset, and it caused her to a point to call Rina, apparently. Reina. Something's happening. Maybe a point in the column for them being the same, Mion and Shion be on the same person. Is this Mion feeling bad that she's leading Keiichi on as like the second life person? You know, that she has this double life, and it's like, I don't think that's it, but it's a possibility, I guess. So it's like that, huh? Seems like I should have invited Rina and the others. Thanks for the tip. But I'll pretend I didn't hear that. With an uplifting smile, I turned and ignored them. When I did, their arms all reached out at once, like the souls of the damned seeking succor. That ticket can admit up to 4 people. Please bring us with you! That's just named Otaku. Great. Oh, what selfish people. This is the only reason they were crowded in front of the restaurant. Dozens of wretched arms reached out at me like the teeth of a giant rake and grasped at the air. I was already climbing the stairs to the entrance. What a heartless dick! Grab him! This isn't something to joke about. I flew up the rest of the stairs and threw myself inside the restaurant. It was like I had entered a different world. The miserable throng of the damned hurled curses at me from the other side of the glass door. But inside of this completely soundproofed and air-conditioned restaurant with the angelic smile of a waitress to welcome me, they were nothing more than a refreshing piece of scenery. I knew that I shouldn't laugh, but I began to let out a sinister cackle. Good afternoon. Welcome to Angel Mort. Due to today's Dessert Festa. The restaurant is reserved for customers who won the draw.
チケットとご報名をお伺いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
Could I ask for your name and ticket?
チケットはないけど名簿に名前があると思います。
I don't have a ticket, but I should be on the guest list.
前原です。
Mybra?
前原。
Oh no, he's not on the list. He just gets rejected at the door.
あった。
Oh, shit. There it is.
失礼ですが、フルネームでお伺いしてよろしいですか？
I'm sorry, but may I please have your full name?
圭一です。
Keiichi?
前原圭一。
Keiichi Mybra?
大変失礼いたしました。
My apologies for the inconvenience.
特別招待の前原圭一様ですね。
You're here by special invitation, right?
お席へご案内いたします。
I'll show you to your seat.
どうぞこちらへ。
Please, this way. The mood inside the room was incredibly heated. The booths were packed to the brim. Men in their prime were stuffing their faces with dainty desserts that didn't suit them at all. It was a rather unnerving spectacle. Soon after I was shown to my seat, Shion arrived.
いらっしゃいま
Shion! Good afternoon.
せ。ようこそ
Oh,
エン
good
ジェル
afternoon.
マートへ。
Welcome to Angel Mort.
よーしよ。今日は本当にありがとうな。
Hey, Shion. Thanks so much for today.
世話になりに来たぜ。
I really appreciate it.
ちょっと遅かったから心配しました。
You were a bit late, so I was getting worried.
でも来てくれて嬉しいです。
I'm really happy you came, though. It may have been because other customers were around that her tone was less casual, but she still capped off that welcome with her usual brilliant smile.
見ての通り、今日はお客さんがすっごいんで、定時に抜けさせてもらえるかちょっと自信がないんです。
As you can see, there's a lot of customers here today. I'm not sure I'll be able to take a break. I can't for a second day in a row bother her so that she doesn't work.
私の仕事が終わるまでのんびりしててくださいね。
Damn. Please take your time and relax until I'm finished.
終わったら一緒に遊びに行きましょうね。
When I'm done, let's go play somewhere, okay? Damn, it is getting heated quick. This is only their third time meeting? Oh, Jesus. I mean, the way that line, that was, oh, fuck, wrong button. Back. Like, that line was delivered with
見ての通り、今日はお客さんがすっごいんで、定時に抜けさせてもらえるかちょっと自信がないんです。私の仕事が終わるまでのんびりしててくださいね。終わったら一緒に遊びに行きましょうね。
That little tilde inflection is doing a lot of work there. Whispering just that last part into my ear, Shion winked. Oh, and a wink? Damn, Keiichi. Don't fumble this. Shion winked and returned to the kitchen. Maybe it was... Maybe it was because the mood in the restaurant was so heated, but Shion seemed a bit bolder. Even a small change in her mannerisms was enough to set my heart aflutter.
お待たせしました。
Sorry to keep you waiting. While I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere inside the restaurant, orders from the new summer menu were carried out one after another. Every single one was extravagantly huge. I get it. You can eat all of these amazing things for free. No wonder a ticket was worth its weight in gold. A ticket, its weight, is probably pretty low though. Whatever. On top of that, all of it was plenty delicious. From dishes with a general appeal to insane ones aimed at a specific audience, there was absolutely no gaps in their repertoire.
どう考えても一人で食う量じゃないかもしれないな。
No matter how you look at it, I don't think one person can eat this much.
まあそれは置いておいて。
Well, let's just leave it at that for now. It didn't feel relaxing in here at all. Probably because the fervor inside the restaurant was clearly abnormal. All the other booth seats were crammed with groups of 4. Sleazy men were gorging like pigs on cutely decorated desserts, and it wouldn't have been a surprise if they started licking the plates. It was more than a little unsettling. It was a weird scene being painted. I don't like it. Not my jam. It piqued my interest, so I started listening in on the conversation and what things I heard! Exclamation point. Oh boy. Angel Morto Moe.
僕ですか。
Me?
当選チケットは秘密ルートから7万で購入したっつ。
I bought my ticket for 70,000 on redacted. Auctions.
職場には親戚の葬式だと言ったにゃりよ。I told work that I was attending a relative's funeral. エンジェルは制服が最高にゃり。The uniforms here are the greatest.
ウェイトレスさん、水とかズボンにこぼしてふきふきとかしてくれないかにゃ。
I wonder if the waitress would wipe it for me if I spilled some water on my pants, right? Meow!
にゃー
Meow! Meow!
エンジェルモートのフィギュアが今度発売されるらしいでござるな。
I heard they're planning on selling Angel Mort figures.
次のイベントは要注意でござる。
We'll have to pay heed at the next event.
そうそう、今度大手フィギュアメーカーが商品化を決めたそうであります。
Speaking of which, that major figure maker decided to bring out the line.
発売日は要チェックなのであります。
We must confirm the release date.
しかし大人買いするには種類が多すぎるのでごわすな。
The problem is, there's too many variations to bulk buy them.
普通のファミレス制服のフィギュアなら10種類程度でごわすのに、今度のはシークレットポーズ差分込みでざっと100種類。
If it were just a normal set of family restaurant uniforms, there'd only be around 10 types, but including the secret set with different poses that are planned, there's 100 or so.
ダブった時は誰かトレードしてもらいたいでおじゃる。
Someone trade me. I lost the sentence there, so I just started making noises. Someone trade me when I get a double.
ファンとしては即日コンプはキム。いや、君と僕とのディスティニーでおじゃるよ。
It's my duty as a fan to complete the collection right away. No, this is destiny between us. The words spilling out of their mouths were pretty much all incomprehensible jargon. But they still keenly covered that hidden behind them was an invisible aura of abnormality.
お待たせしました。
Sorry to keep you waiting.
次のデザートは南国風シナモンのアバンチュールでございます。
The next dessert is Oh, I went too soon. The next dessert is tropical cinnamon love affair.
どうかなさいましたか？
Is something the matter?
あ、いえ、
No.
なんかこう今日の店内は雰囲気が違うなと。
It's kind of different inside the restaurant today. It seems as though Keiichi's kind of like regretting coming. I think he probably expected another more, for lack of a better term, more intimate setting with, or at least more of a chance to be with Shion, and he's not getting that. Instead, he's just surrounded by a bunch of weirdos. So, unfortunate.
うちのお店、その道の方々にはかなり有名らしいんです。
Our restaurant is pretty famous in their circles.
まあそういう狙いのお店ですからいいんですけどね。
Well, we were aiming for that, so it's all well and good.
でもイベントの日のお客様はちょっと濃いめの方が多いんで困っちゃいます。
But during festas, there's something of the more hardcore crowd, so can be a handful. The waitress informed me quietly with a wry smile.
なんかお客の人たちも血走っててハイエナみたいですよね。
Man, as long as the waitress doesn't lump me with the rest of these weirdos, right? These weird fucking perverts licking their plates and shit. Don't group me with them, please. The customers seem rather riled up, almost like a pack of hyenas.
今日のお客さんのほとんどはかなり遠方から無理してきてるみたいですからね。
Seems a lot of the customers today came from unreasonably far away.
そういう方々ってハメを外しやすいんでちょっと怖いんです。
Those types of people are fairly prone to losing their self-control, so it's a little scary.
ちゃんとガードを固めておかないと大変なんですから。
If you don't keep your guard up, something bad can happen. What did she mean by keep your guard up? Oh boy. At that moment, a large crash resounded through the room. I turned around, startled, to see that a waitress had fallen down and spilled the order she was carrying right onto a customer. Wait, isn't that Shion?
すみませんでした。
I'm so sorry.
そのお召し物はその
This reeks of foul play. Your food is,
なんてことするにゃり。
Oh, what have you done?
もうジーンズ専門店で1800円もしたズボンが生クリームでベトベトにゃりよ。
Oh no. I don't even want to read it. The jeans that I bought at a certain specialty shop for a whole 1,800 yen are all sticky with frosting. What the hell is that? For somebody who just met with disaster, he seems awfully happy.
これはひどいですにょ。
How tragic!
ウェイトレスさんが精神誠意ふきふきするしかないでござるにょ。
It seems that little Miss Waitress here will have to wipey it up from the bottom. Wipey got me. Wipey. I can't say it without laughing. Wipey it up from the bottom of her heart. The conversation suddenly veered off in an odd direction. Hey, what did he say? Wipey? Did he want Shion to wipe him down? Right over that obviously aberrant tent. Oh no! Tent he had pitched over his crotch? Or disgusting.
その私
But that is I
ふきふきふきふきふきふき。
Focused. Wipey! The wipey chant quickly spread throughout the room. Totally cornered, Shion went pale. She looked over to a more experienced waitress for help, but was only met with a head shaking out of pity.
園崎さん、足を引っ掛けられたんですね。
See? Yeah, I knew it. I knew someone did something bad. They intentionally tripped her. I'll beat the hell out of this whole room. Sonozaki-san was tripped.
ああやってわざと衣服を汚させて絡んでくるお客が最近多いんですよ。
Customers who do that to purposely get their clothes dirty have been on the rise lately.
足を引っ掛けてだって？
So you're saying she was tripped?
じゃあ今のあれも事故じゃなくて恋？
Then what happened just now wasn't an accident? It was on purpose?
メインの女の子は十分気をつけてますから絶対ああはならないんですけど、園崎さんは短期バイトだからまだガードが甘くて。
The regular girls are careful about it, so they definitely won't end up like that. But Sonozaki-san is only a seasonal hire, so she had her guard down.
今日のお客様たちにも早々に見破られちゃったみたいで、朝からあんな感じで絡まれてるんです。
The customers today could easily pick up on that, so she's been targeted since this morning.
店長とか何やってんだよ。
Oh, what's the manager doing?
あんな不良な客は追い出せよ。
He should just kick those thugs out. We're in the service industry, so there's not much we can do about it. She laughed as she said that in a resigned tone. Disgusting. Shion trembled uncontrollably with a dishcloth in her hands as she turned bright red. This is where you throw the cloth at the person and you just storm out, say I quit. Honestly, the man who had been doused in frosting splayed out on the bench, putting the cream-covered tent over his crotch on full display. What happened to shame? Still mentally unprepared, her trembling hand inched forward, goaded on by onlookers.
さあさあさあ
Come.
ふきふきするでござるよ。
It is the time for the wipey. I could really do without reading the term wipey anymore. It's From my male point of view, it might have been a ridiculous spectacle I could just smile wryly at, but from a woman's point of view, this was obviously pure humiliation. Kill him. Take a knife and stab him. When I was trapped by those thugs, I had been paralyzed with fear. Shion fiercely stood up to them and saved me. Oh shit, are we gonna have a Keiichi stands up for her moment? Still, as humiliating as it was, Shion was also partly... What? Shion was also partly to blame for this. How? Huh? Victim blaming? By my Keiichi? By my narrator? Huh? And it wasn't as though her life was at stake, right? I don't know how you determine that, Keiichi, but okay. Like, I'm not even trying to be like, oh, you know, that's clearly the wrong thing. Like, I'm actually, from a logistical point of view, how are you saying she was partly to blame for this? Is he saying because she's a seasonal hire and didn't know to avoid getting tripped? Come on, man. Come on, Keiichi. Sit you down and... Dum-dum. Even these guys, they were just going to jeer at her in a bit of a lewd situation. It's not like they were going to eat Shion alive or anything. It'd be all right if I just consoled her afterwards. Oh God, so much to learn.
私だって怖かったですよ。
Even I was scared.
でも他ならぬケイちゃんのピンチだし。
But Kei-chan was in trouble, so
勇気出して頑張りましたってことです。
I had to be brave and do my best. When I, a man, was being assailed by 3 thugs while paralyzed with fear, Shion saved me without a second thought. What about now? These sleazy, filthy degenerates were trying to pin the blame on Shion. This time, our roles were reversed. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. If you don't save her now, when will you be able to repay the debt you owe her? You scared, Keiichi Maibara? At that time, Shion, no, Mion, didn't even show a hint of hesitation. I just saw a stream title. Am I implying Keiichi will... No, that is not... When I typed out the stream title, that was not what I was thinking. I was just thinking along the lines of, like, club games, club activities, and tonight meaning tonight. Like, I am reading it at night. At that time, Shion, no, Mion, didn't even show a hint of hesitation. Wait, why is he... At that time, Shion, no, Mion, come on. Then what about now? I'm not hesitating. Then what? If you're not hesitating, then why aren't you helping her?
さあ観念するでござる
No, resign yourself to your fate.
ほほほ
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who laughs like that?
やかましいぞ重量オーバ
There we go. Shut up, you greasy fat ass.
ー俺の目が黒いうちに出て失せろ
Get out of here before I get angry. I grabbed Shion's shoulder firmly and pulled her behind me.
ケイちゃん
Kei-chan.
そのスタッフが世のオズボンに粗相したのでござるよ
Yonder waitress was the one who wet mine pants.
お仕置きが必要なのは
The one
て
who,
めえの方だ
the one who needs punishing is you.
男なら能書き吐くな
Enough with the empty words.
腕で物を言ってみろ
If you're a man, talk with your fists. Thud, smash. My body was lifted into the air like nothing. I was thrown right back into my own seat. This guy is strong? Oh no. Hidden dork strength. No matter how you look at it, athletic and this Lardo. Lardo? Come on, man. And this Lardo aren't even in the same area code.
ふふ
Ho ho ho.
オタクは意外にマイナーな武道を得得していることが多いでござるから甘く見ると大変でござるよ
Many otaku are unexpectedly well versed in some obscure martial art. Don't be underestimating us. The man smirked, showing off his gum line.
ケイちゃん大丈夫
Kei-chan, are you okay? Damn it, how lame must I look right now?
シオンは足を引っ掛けられたんだろ
You were tripped, weren't you, Shion?
向こうが悪いんだから突き上がらせることなんかないぞ
They're the ones in the wrong here, so don't let them take advantage of you.
そうだけどでもやっぱり悪いのは私だし
That may be, but it was still my fault. Whoa, he's going Super Saiyan.
もう一度だ
One more time.
いくぞ
Let's do it! Snap, thud, crash.
これくらいでへこたれるケイチ様だと思うなよ
Don't you go thinking that this is enough to make me give up?
もう一度だ
One more time! Whack, snap, thunk.
ほほほ
Oh, oh, oh.
口ほどにもないでござるの。
You're all talk.
まだまだ
I'm not done yet. Rise, my will to fight. Hunwa. Not just running, I planted every one of my steps firmly as I closed the distance to the lard ball. Each time I ripped my foot off the floor, I could feel my burning spirit flare up from the point of impact. Everything slowed down like I was walking underwater. As I stepped forward in that viscous flow of time, I calmly measured the gap between us. With our difference in height, reach was my ultimate advantage. There was an ever so tiny distance between us, where only my punch would be able to reach. I unleashed my iron fist of righteous anger, but it flew towards his face slowly, like I was punching underwater. Reacting to that, with a smirk on his face, the fat so easily slipped inside of my punch. I hadn't realized until now, but in this mired time, I was able to observe his baffling counterattack with almost painful clarity. His arm slowly swung around in a large windmill motion. Did I read that? His arm slowly his arm slowly swung around in a large windmill motion, wrapped around my whiffed punch, and descended in an arc. That arm swung around like the arms of a clock, and came into contact with my head, twisting my upper body around. Dragging my head along, he followed through with another rotation. This time he rotated his entire body like a top, followed by another rotation. Combining defense and offense, it was a brilliant counter. That's right, 3 times. I was thrown after 3 rotations, I think. In this viscous region of time, I was unable to struggle. I could only wait dumbstruck until the moment I was thrown. The moment that sluggish temporal anomaly abruptly ended. Crash.
修行が足りないでござるよ。
You like training.
Young man.
Young man. I was loath to admit it, but against somebody trained in martial arts, I couldn't win through force of will alone. Damn. There's no way he's getting that date with Shion now at this point. Not only did he take too long to respond to her getting harassed, but like couldn't even beat up an apparent lardo or whatever the fuck he called him. Damn. After my consciousness faded in a wave of dizziness, when I came to, I was lying down in my own seat.
怪我しなくてよかったですね。
Thankfully you weren't injured. The more experienced waitress from before wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel. While she was doing that, a red-faced and teary-eyed Shion trudged over.
大丈夫ですか?
Are you okay?
私なんかのためにすみませんでした。
Doing that all for my sake. I'm sorry.
俺こそ役に立たなくてすまん。
I'm sorry too. I wasn't much help.
俺喧嘩って勝ったことないし。
I've never won a fight before.
私のために助けに来てくれただけで嬉しかったです。
No, you're just trying to help made me happy.
本当ですよ。
I'm not joking.
それだけでも今日はケイちゃんに来てもらえてよかったかなって。
It's just that I was thinking that I was lucky Keiichi came here today. As she said that, she stuck her tongue out teasingly. She wiped off the whipped cream with the washcloth she was holding on her hands.
園崎さん、R 入ってもいいですよ。
Sonozaki-san, you can take a break now.
あと 1,2 時間でしょ?
You still have 1 or 2 hours left, don't you?
いいんです。
No, it's fine.
バイトとはいえ、お給料もらってる身ですから。
Even though it's just part-time, it's still a paying job.
時間内はちゃんと働きたいんです。
I want to work properly while I'm on the clock.
だから本当、お気遣いなく。
So really, you don't have to worry about me. She couldn't even put up a brave front. I would never even think for a second that Mion could be that weak. This was Shion, and she had been harassed by some unreasonable riffraff. That was reality.
ケイちゃんは気にしないで、デザートいっぱい食べててくださいね。
Kei-chan, don't mind me. Please eat as much dessert as you can.
一通り食べ終わったら、アンケートを書いてもらいますので。
When you're done, we'll have to fill out a survey.
じゃあ私、 ホールに戻りますね。
Well then, gotta get back to the floor. After some consoling words and a sympathetic smile to Shion, the other waitress started to head back to work. The two customers just got into like a fight, a physical altercation. And then what? The store is just supposed to go on like nothing happened? All in the name of a fancy new desserts? Like they're like, it's too important. We can't kick people out. We can't stop this. We must sell desserts. Let me see, make sure. The other waitress started to head back to work. That's where I stopped her.
すいません、ウェイトレスさん。
Excuse me.
電話借りたいんですけど。
Could I borrow your phone?
電話ですか？
The phone?
レジ横にございますよ。
It's by the register.
ご案内いたします。
I'll show you where. I pulled a 10 yen coin from my wallet. This wasn't about saving face. My being a worthless coward was an unchangeable fact, but I could just cry myself to sleep about that later tonight. Now was not the time for tears. I had to fight.
確かチケット1枚で4人まで OK なんですよね。
Oh shit, he's calling backup. If I recall, one ticket is good for up to 4 people, right?
あと3人呼んでもいいんですよね。
Is it alright if I call over 3 more people?
ええ、そうですけど。
Yes, that's fine. Oh, who now? I'm trying to think. Is he just gonna call up his friends, his school friends? Because that's weird. But maybe he's like, hey, Satoko, Rika. Or is he gonna call like his weird dad? Waitress says, yes, that's fine.
一応名簿に書きますので、お名前を伺ってもよろしいですか？
I mean, what if he called his dad? What if he fought, like, the weirdos in the booths with his own, like, weirdo dad? You know what I mean? So, because apparently they were like, hey, you know, the weird people have, like, the hidden, like, you know, hidden strength, right? What if his dad, also a certified weirdo, we've established this, also has, like, hidden training? And then they can just go at it. Grown man, weird fighting going on. Anyway, yes, that's fine. For the time being, I'll write them down on the guest list. Could I have their names? Alright, here we go. Who's it gonna say? I turned around and glared at the greasy hooligan who subjected Shion to the humiliation. There are 3 things that aren't working in your favor today, punk. The first is that I owe Shion. The second is I'm a man who's not afraid to throw away his pride to win. And the third is that we're the most powerful club members in history. This is I kind of like this. This is silly, but I like it.
名簿には竜宮レナ、それから北条聡子、古出理香で。
Please add Rina Ryugu, Satoko Hojo, and Rika Furude to the guest list.
かしこまりました。受けたまわります。
Understood. I'll do that. I'll have the best and most powerful club members join the fray. It's like summoning party members. Let's go. they can bring down 1,000 foes. You fat asses. Prepare to meet your maker! This is silly. This is very silly. Rina says, this is a nice restaurant. How? The uniforms are cute. Rina wants to wear them too. How?
しかもデザートまでおごってもらえるなんて僕は大感激なのです。
On top of that, we're being treated to dessert. I'm deeply moved.
ああ、好きなだけ食ってくれ。
Yeah, eat as much as you like.
俺の分なんか気にするな。
Don't worry about my share.
ケイチさん、茶番は結構でございますのよ。
Keiichi-san, enough with the charades.
要件に入ってほしいですわ。
Let's get to the point. Rina and Rika-chan put down their forks when Satoko broached the subject. After looking at them for a few moments, I pressed my forehead firmly into the table.
頼む。
Like, I get that this is, it's like genuinely funny because, and I'm sure this is 100% intentional, but it's like, shit, I just got my ass handed to me by a greasy dork in another booth. I'm going to bring, I'm going to assemble a team that can just utterly destroy my enemy now, right? And then the visual is supposed to be funny because it's these three little girls. I just love it. I think this is very good. This is good humor. Alright, Keiichi says, I beg of you.
俺の不甲斐なさを笑ってもいい。
I don't care if you make fun of how pathetic I am.
力を貸してくれ。
Please, lend me your strength. The three of them seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events, but nevertheless listened to what I had to say without making fun of my unusual behavior.
どうしたのかな。
Oh, what's the matter?
何があったんだろう。太郎。
Something happened, didn't it?
実はミオンの妹のシオンがこの店でバイト中なんだ。
Actually, Mion's younger sister Shion is working part-time at this restaurant.
ああ、話に聞いてたみーちゃんの妹さんだね。
Ah, that little sister you were talking about, right?
ひょっとしてあれかな。あれかな。
Could it be her? Could it?
似てるね似てるね。
She resembles her. Resembles her.
似てるも何も髪を下ろしただけの本人ではありませんの？
Resemble? That's just Mion with her hair down, isn't it? I didn't know what to say.
ケイイチがシオンだと言うからシオンなのですよ。
If Keiichi says that's Shion, then that's Shion.
いくら双子だってあんなにうり二つになるもんなんですの？
They might be twins, but can they really look that much alike?
一卵性双生児って言ってね。
They're called monozygotic twins.
本当にそっくりの双子ってこともあるんだって。
They really can look identical. Rina gave the most plausible explanation, so everybody else was convinced.
納得してもらえたかな。
Well then, do you believe me?
それで本題だ。
I'll get to the point then. I recounted everything that had just happened. How Shion was targeted, how she was antagonized by the customers, and the humiliation that was forced upon her. Also, how incredibly pathetic I was. I included everything without trying to hide it.
それはひどいね。
That's awful.
しーちゃんかわいそう。
Poor Shi-chan.
し
Shi-chan.
かしそれを助けられないなんて
However, for you to be unable to help her,
みっともないにも程がありますわよ。
there should be a limit to how unsightly you can be.
それについては返す言葉がない。
There's nothing I can say to that.
さとこちゃん、
Satoko-chan.
負けを認めて助けを求めるのってとっても難しいことなの。
To admit that you lost and to seek help is a very difficult thing to do.
ケイチ君は変なプライドなんかよりしーちゃんを助けることを選んだんだよ。
Keiichi-kun chose to help Shi-chan rather than save his pride.
情けないですこと。
So pathetic. Rina's follow-up stung a bit, but can only be thankful that she understood. Satoko was calling me all sorts of names, but there were no malign intentions behind her words.
で、僕たちは何をするですか？
Then what should we do? Her voice was monotone, but there was a hint of resolve in her words. I replied to Rika-chan and suggested silence in kind with my own quiet resolve.
そんなところだと思ってましたわ。
Well, I thought it'd be something like that.
ケイイチさん一人には少々荷が重すぎますもの。
It is a bit much for Keiichi-san to handle alone.
じゃあ助けてくれるのか。
Huh? Then you'll help?
当然だよケイイチ君。
Of course, Keiichi-kun.
私たちは誰がいじめられても助けに行くよ。
We'll help anybody who's being bullied. I remember when I was cornered by those thugs. Shion had said about the strong feeling of solidarity in Hinawazawa really began to hit home. However, Keiichi Maibara, now is not the time to get choked up with tears of gratitude. Now is the time to fight.
すまん、恩に切る。
Sorry, I owe you one.
一人で頑張ったけど歯が立たなくてかわいそうかわいそうです。
You tried your best but didn't stand a chance alone. How sad, how sad. Rika-chan gently pat my head for me. But there was no mindless pity in the palm of that hand. It was overflowing with the strong, dependable feeling of leave the rest to us.
もろもろの都合によりミオンは参戦できないので臨時に俺が指揮を取る。
Mion can't join us due to various circumstances, so I'll temporarily be taking command.
作戦内容はシオンの護衛と敵勢力の殲滅。
Our strategy revolved around Shion's defense, and extermination of the enemy's combat capability.
敵って誰かな？
Who's the enemy?
いっぱいいるのかな？
Are there a lot of them?
現時刻以降シオンにちょっかいを出そうとする全個人全勢力を敵と認める。
From this point forward, anybody who messes with Shion shall be considered an enemy combatant.
交戦規定はなし。
There are no rules of engagement.
報酬は今食ったデザート。
Compensation will be the dessert you just ate.
質問はあるか？
Any questions? Everybody had already entered club mode, their eyes peering at the riffraff clamoring around inside the restaurant, like predators stalking their prey from the darkness. Rika-chan held up her hand.
なんだい、リカちゃん。
What is it, Rika-chan?
手加減は必要ですか？
Do we have to show mercy?
不要に決まってますわ。
Of course we don't have to.
ミオさんの妹に狼藉を働く輩に手加減なんか不要ですの。
We have no need to show mercy to the rabble that would dare lay a finger on Mion's little sister.
いいんですね、ケイチ。
Then it's okay, Keiichi? Rika-chan was serious. She was really ready to pretty much murder someone. Yeah, let's murder some freaks. Let's go, Rika! I'm counting on you, Rika-chan.
全責任は俺、前原圭一が取る。
I, Keiichi Maibara, shall assume all responsibility.
蹴散らしてやれ。
Rout them! Ah ha ha ha!
よーし。
The laugh I do before I murder some randos. Alrighty.
レナも頑張るぞ。
Rina's going to do her best, too.
すまん。
Sorry.
よろしく頼む。
Please do.
ケイチさん、そんなに力まなくても大丈夫ですのよ。
Keiichi-san, you don't have to be so tense.
まあ、ご覧遊ばせ。
Well, just wait and see.
ケイチさんがそのパフェを食べ終わる頃にはお掃除は終わってましたよ。
By the time you finish that parfait, we'll have finished cleaning up, too.
ではみんな、
Well then, everyone.
頑張りましょうですよ。
Let's give it our all.
ファイト、おーです。
Go for it. Yay! Yay! Thus, the most powerful war band the world had ever known, trained by Mion, began to move. I was the oldest, the only boy, and behaved like a leader, but when you consider our club activities, I was by far the most junior member. Individually, everyone besides me had terrifying combat capabilities. If all of them combined their strengths to protect Shion, I couldn't even imagine. I was probably about to witness something terrible and awe-inspiring.
園崎さん、7番テーブルにデラックスパフェを5つお願いします。
Sonozaki-san, 5 deluxe parfaits for table 7.
あ、はい。
Sure thing. Shion carried the order to the tables. For Shion to carry all 5 parfaits without wobbling took so much effort that she didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to her feet.
どうしよう。また来たでござるよ。
Comrades, here she comes yet again.
今度はミーのおズボンにぶっかけさせて一層念入りにふきふきしてもらうにより。
This time we'll have her spill everything on my pants and have her give an especially thorough wipey. It was the same wipey scheme that occurred just a short time earlier. This time, another one of them was trying out for himself. The very depravity of these men was itself a full-out attack.
圭一よりレナへ。
Rina, this is Keiichi.
5、6番テーブル付近で待ち伏せだ。
Ambush them around tables 5 and 6.
レナ、聞こえてるか？
Reina, do you copy?
お店の制服かわいいね。
Oh my god.
はう、お持ち帰り。
The restaurant's uniforms. So cute. I want to take them home. Shion, her bottom swaying while carrying the parfaits, was being chased by an equally swaying Rina. She was supposed to be escorting Shion, but Rina was instead transfixed by the back of her uniform. From a normal person's point of view, it was probably like having a fox guard a hen house. But when it comes to Rina, things are different.
怪異状態。シンクロ率 120%。
Cute mode. 120% synchronization.
勝ったな。
We've won.
あの状態のレナさんには地球上のどんな物理法則も通用しませんわ。
When Rina's in that state, even the laws of physics don't apply. Shion's legs, unsteady and defenseless, were being targeted by those sleazebags.
今でござるよ。同志諸君。
Now, my comrades.
世界の輝ける明星にして
偉大なる総統閣下万歳
Hail, mein Führer! Shining Lucifer, the Harumi Mecha. Oh my god. A leg snaked out to trip Shion's defenseless feet. Egad, it's 3 of them at once. Tap, tap, tap. Go!
もう本当
Yeah. It happened in an instant. The 3 fools writhed in pain as their legs bent at unnatural angles. That noise.
これは何事でござるか
What is this madness? Rina teetered into view and gave them a warning? Question mark?
おいたはダメなんだよ
No mischief, okay?
だよね
No means no. No! Hell yeah, Rina.
レナがお持ち帰りするからね
Rina's going to be the one to take her home.
この小娘奇妙な技を
This girl, what's with that strange technique? The human scum clutched at their bruised ankles as they passed by.
さすがはレナさん
That's our Rina-san.
いつ見ても恐ろしいキレですわね
No matter how many times I see it, it's always frighteningly quick.
ああ絶対的なガードだ
Yeah, it's an unbreakable barrier.
半径2メートル以内で行われるシオンへのあらゆる攻撃をレナは完全なカウンターで粉砕する
Anyone within a 2-meter radius who attacks Shion is completely obliterated by Rina. Also, I mean, fuck, this game it sounds like it should have had its a fighting game counterpart. I want to play the Higurashi fighting game. As Shion was making her rounds to the restaurant, there were people here and there collapsing with welts on their legs or hands.
はう
How?
レナよりケイイチ君へ
Keiichi-kun, this is Rina.
もうしーちゃんにちょっかい出す人はいないよ
There's nobody left that'll bother Shi-chan,
だからもうお持ち帰り
so I'm gonna take her home now.
ケイチよりレナへ
Rina, this is Keiichi.
ご苦労だった
Good work.
引き続き護衛を続けてくれ
Please continue the mission.
それからお持ち帰りは不可
Also, permission to take home denied.
繰り返すお持ち帰りは不可
I repeat, permission to take home denied.
じゃあ見てるだけだよ見てるだけは
Then I'll just look. How? Guess just looking is fine. That wouldn't prevent her from guarding Shion, so I guess it's okay. Anyway, thanks to this, I knew who had tried to mess with Shion. Anybody who was clutching at their arm or leg while they were writhing in agony was basically branded by their bruises.
現時刻をもって敵勢力識別を完了
Currently, we have finished identifying all enemy forces.
次のフェーズへ移行する
Proceeding to the next phase.
ケイチよりサトコへ
Satoko, this is Keiichi.
そっちはどうなってる
What's your status?
さとこですわよ
This is Satoko.
どうなってるとはひどい言い方でございますわね
That's a rude way to ask.
ケイチさん私を誰だと思っておいでですの
Keiichi-san, who do you think you... Exactly who do you think I am? Satoko was in the kitchen. She had spread open a sketch of the restaurant on the counter. Ah, I see. Replete with other order chits and their destinations, and was now sorting through the freshly made desserts.
ちょっとさっきから何をしてるの
Hey, what are you doing?
まあまあ
Now.
園崎さんいいから彼女に任せておいて
Sonozaki-san, it's alright. Just leave it to her.
それよりもこのオーダー全部一度に行くからお願いね
More importantly, we're taking all these orders out at once. So I'm counting on you. The veteran waitress was briskly directing her juniors as the trays went out one after another. All desserts that had passed through Satoko's hands were delivered at once. How?
かわいいデザートがいっぱい来たよ
Lots of cute desserts are coming.
分かってるだろうが手をつけるなよ
I think you know this, but don't touch them.
自分の身が大事なら
At least, if you still value your life.
わかってるけど
I know, but... Certainly, they're all incredibly cute-looking desserts. They were all works of art that you could enjoy before even taking your first bite. However, since Satoko had meddled with them, they were nothing more than an unpredictable danger. Blissfully ignorant of the fact were the men who now stuffing their faces. Oh, this is... Almost right away, they realized that something was wrong.
Satoko.
It feels as if this restaurant's gonna get a lawsuit thrown at it if these kids aren't careful. Satoko,
何を混ぜた？
what did you mix in there?
塩やタバスコってわけじゃないだろ。
Couldn't have been salt or Tabasco, right?
あら、ケイチさんが言ったんですのよ。
My, what are you saying, Keiichi-san?
手加減無用って。
You said no mercy.
私、こう見えても叩くときは徹底的に叩く性分でございますの。
I might not look like it, but when I get down to business, I like to be very thorough. As she said that, she twirled a dubious file in her fingers before putting it away smartly into her pouch.
サトコより理解。
Rika, this is Satoko.
お客様が行きますわよ。
Customers are moving.
エスコートお願いしますわ。
Escort duty is all yours.
僕にお任せなのです。
Leave it to me. Come to think of it, I didn't see Rika-chan anywhere. Where could she be lurking? Clatter, clatter. Several men stood up suddenly from their seats, surveying the restaurant for something. Uh-oh. A bathroom, perhaps? That restless fidgeting, and that look of relief when they found the single placard hanging from the ceiling. Written on the placard was the word, restroom. They began a mad rush in that direction. It wasn't just one or two people. All the people that were branded as the enemy were standing up from their seats while clutching at their stomachs.
さすがにがっつきすぎたでござるよ。
I think I was a little too greedy.
お手洗いはどこでござるか？
Where's the restroom?
僕もニャリよ。
Mewtwo.
オープンでなくクローズドの方でござる。
Mewtwo. Not a number one, but a number two.
よリプレイ発信ニャリ。
I need to cash out, meow.
おトイレはどこにゃ？
Where's the toilet?
見つけたにゃ。
I found it.
緊急発進スクランブルにょ。
You're in for it now. Boo. I felt dirty just thinking about what Satoko probably did to their desserts. The problem was how to follow this up. I was intrigued, so I followed the rush of men to the washroom. The narrow hallway connecting to the restroom was crammed with about 10 men.
なんとしたことでござるか。
What is this? As I peered over to see what was happening, whoa. It seemed that the toilet was clogged and backflowing, unleashing a loud gurgling sound and a terrible stench. Let's go, Rika! There was no way to use it in this state. Damn, that's Satoko. What a frightening display of power. Oh, was that Satoko? Oh, wait, no. No, this was... Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, no, this wasn't Satoko's doing. It was divine punishment. Yeah, they were just unlucky. I'll just apologetically ask one of the employees here to clean it up.
これでは尿が出せぬでござる。
I can't do my business like this.
どうしたものにゃりんか？毎同士。
What do we do, meow, comrades? It was a brilliant combination of traps, but it would be better if there were one more push to the kicker. Seeing as it was Satoko, she wouldn't have overlooked that.
こうなっては最後の手段にゃ。
Meow that it's come to this. It's time for the last resort. What? Sinks? Just trash cans? Outside? A bush? Faced with a moral dilemma, that man only had one other option. Women's room. Or restroom.
さすがに女子トイレはまずいでござらんか。
Isn't using the girls' room going to get us in trouble?
今日のお客さんに女子はいないにゃりん。
I'm pretty sure there's no female customers today.
コロンブスの卵でにゃりん。
Why didn't I think of that before?
背に腹は変えられぬ。
Women's toilets are the best. What a brazen bunch they are. The men, sweat now pouring from their brows, made a mad rush to the girls' room without any hesitation.
Me?
Me? No. There was a girl there. It was Rika-chan. The men stood there, frozen in various complicated poses, indicating their surprise. Rika-chan also seemed dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, but the look on her face was strangely perfect. This was all part of the plan as well. You sly dog, Rika-chan. I should never underestimate you. This is... You see, mademoiselle. Me?
男子便所がちょっとデンジャラスにゃのでちょっとおトイレをお借りしたかっただけなのにゃにゃ
The men's room is a bit dangerous at the moment, so we just want to borrow the toilet here, right? Meow. Meow. Me. I need to take out when faced with dumb people or any situation I don't want to deal with. I should just meep right in their face. But I guess it's not right after all, right, my comrades? Just by having a girl stand there in the restroom, never knew it could put up such an overwhelming barrier. There was no way anybody could be brave enough to lift Rika-chan out of the way to try and do their business. This was the most they could do after all. If it were a man in full club mode, for example, someone like me, they would plow through Rika-chan without a second thought. Now what are you going to do, you fat asses? The price for tormenting Shion still hasn't been paid. If you're in trouble, I can help you. That would be much appreciated. How would you do that? You can use one of the toilets outside. I'll show you to them. That would be perfect. Paris. At this rate, it'll end up becoming Group Benema Pare. Rika-chan, with a pleasant smile on her face, guided them with a casual stride in her step. In this race against time, her slow pace was sadistic torture. Mademoiselle, is this toilet far from here? We'll get there soon. Obeying Rika-chan's directions, they were about to leave the restaurant. Yeah, it seems kind of silly, but maybe she just has them in their in her grasp at this point. Maybe seeing the woman, seeing her in the woman's restroom, maybe they're like, oh, it is actually bad for us to try to attempt to go into the bathroom. We've been found out. We can't do it. I don't know. That would be my best guess. Rina here says Keiichi couldn't finish it. Give him hell. Yeah, leave it to me. I spread my arms out and blocked them as they tried to leave the restaurant. What is the meaning of this? We're at DEFCON 1 here. Listen up, you tubs of lard. You know what happens? You know what happens if you even set one foot outside this door, right? What is the meaning of this preposterous statement? Ha 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 ha. Look, it's written right here on the ticket. Not valid for re-entry. See? You're free to use any toilet you want, but the moment you step outside that door, you can't come back. Boom. You'll remember this. I don't want to guide anybody who says scary things like that. Everybody panicked as Rika-chan began to turn back. They could only figuratively and literally fall in line. All the waitresses also lined up to see them off.
本日はご来店誠にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for coming.
I shall return!
We shall return! Clang clang. The bell rang playfully as the door shut behind them.
つまらないですわね。爆笑の極みでしたよ。
How pathetic. Too easy.
やったね。
Ah ha ha, we did it! Yay! Rina and Satoko clapped their hands together.
俺一人じゃ歯が立たねえ連中もメンバー総登場ならまさに一網打尽だな。
Ooh. Couldn't hold a candle to those guys by myself, but when we got the group together, we sent them packing like a herd of cattle.
この程度の相手なら私たちなら一人でもお相手できましたよ。
With opponents this week, any of us could take them on by ourselves.
ケイチさんも少しは腕をお磨き遊ばせ。
Keiichi-san, you need to up your game. I was loath to admit it, but Satoko was right. Damn it. One day I'll be strong enough to be worthy to stand alongside them.
でもみーちゃんの妹さんを守れて本当に良かったね。
But I'm really glad we were able to protect Mi-chan's little sister.
もうこれでいたずらする悪い人たちは一人もいなくなったよ。
Now there's none of those bad people who are pulling pranks left.
素敵な友人に恵まれたわね、園崎さん。
You're blessed to have such wonderful friends, Sonozaki-san. Veteran waitress was also smiling. After the herd was sent packing, it had calmed down completely inside the restaurant. Shion was flustered as she glanced between us and the now empty seats.
私のために
You did that for me?
その
I mean... Shion's expression was somewhere between happy and guilt-ridden. Her face had turned slightly red as she ran into the kitchen.
わあ、しーちゃんもかわいい。
Whoa, Shi-chan is cute.
双子なんだね。はう。
They really are twins. How? Given Shion's personality, there's no way she'd thank us directly. We might have been a bit excessive in our means, but I'm really glad we were able to save her.
分かってると思いますけど、園崎さん、とても感謝してますよ。
I think you know this already, but Sonozaki-san is very grateful.
私もホールを代表して感謝いたします。
As a representative of the floor staff here, I also extend my gratitude. Clap, 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 clap. The applause quickly spread throughout the entire restaurant. Not only the other waitresses, but also the customers that were genuinely there to enjoy the desserts. Everyone was lauding our efforts. Hell yeah. When we had mostly finished eating and were filling out the survey, Rika-chan made her return.
おお、お疲れ。
Oh, good work.
守備は上々か？
Did everything go alright?
ずいぶん遅かったな。
You took a while.
ごめんなさいなのです。
I'm sorry.
帰りに迷子になってしまって大変だったのです。
I got lost on the way back. It was a lot of trouble. No, she was just too busy murdering them. She was straight up murdering those people, hopefully. Rina says, ah ha ha ha.
リカちゃんは変な道を通ることが多いからね。よく迷子になるんだよ。
Rika-chan likes to stray down some pretty strange roads, so she gets lost pretty often. How did she get lost just guiding people to a nearby toilet?
人間誰にも得て増えてがありましたよ。
Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses.
リカにはそんなの負けないような長所がたくさんありますわ。
Rika has a lot of strong points that more than make up for that.
それもそうだな。
I can see that.
さっきの女子トイレのあの表情、役者だったな。
That expression in the girls' room. You're quite the thespian.
あの時のケイチはひどいのです。
Keiichi was being horrible.
自分が彼らの立場だったら僕を弾き飛ばして女子トイレに飛び込むとか考えていたのです。
He was thinking if I were in their shoes, I'd just run her over and rush into the washroom.
うわ
What?
また俺、考えが顔に出てたのか。
Did what I was thinking show up on my face again?
ケイチくん、エッチなんだ。
Keiichi-kun was a pervert?
あ、いや、その、
No, I mean, Fade to black. I could laugh about it then, but a few days later, newspaper headline read, 10 unidentified men were taken into custody in Hirayama. The men claim they have traveled from Shishibone City by foot to find a toilet, but the spot they were taken into custody was XX kilometers away from Shishibone. When I read that article, I realized how terrifying Rika-chan really was. Damn.
さてと、ごちそうさまなのでした。
Well, thanks for treating me.
今日は呼んでもらえて嬉しかったのです。
I'm happy that you called me here today.
あら、もう帰りますの？
Oh, are you going home already?
もうちょっとゆっくりしても。
You can stay a little longer.
タンスのお片付けの途中だったのですよ。
I was in the middle of organizing some drawers.
あのままではお布団が敷けないのです。
If I leave it like that, I won't be able to put out the futon.
ああ、それもそうですわね。
Ah, I guess that's true. Oops, looks like I called her at a bad time.
うん。
Yeah,
レナが電話した時はお部屋の片付け中だったんだよ。
when I phoned her, she was in the middle of cleaning her room.
でも駆けつけてくれたんだよね。
But she still came.
まあ、
Well,
非常時だから仕方ありませんわ。
it was an emergency, so it couldn't be helped.
それに甘いものをいっぱいいっぱい食べさせてもらいましたですから、とても喜んでいますよ。
Besides that, I got to eat a lot of sweets, so I'm very happy.
今日はありがとな。
Thanks for today.
急に呼び出しちゃって。
Sorry for calling you out suddenly.
シオンによろしくとお伝えなのです。
Tell Shion I said bye.
では失礼しますわ。
I'll be taking my leave then.
レナさんはどうぞごゆっくり。
Rina-san, please take your time.
そうするね。
Yeah, I will.
じゃあね。
Later. Rika and Satoko, in a good mood, horsed around with each other as they left. What, did you think he meant like cell phone? Or like originally you weren't really thinking about it much and you were like, oh, cell phone. That's good. While Rina and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, Shion arrived with some coffee. I mean, didn't they specifically say, like... He said their phone, and she's like, yeah, it's up front. Didn't she, like, the waitress was like, yeah, the phone's up front. So if that was, like, her... If it was, why would her cell phone be, like, up front, you know what I mean? Oh. No, he had to do the whole store's phone thing. Ring, 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 ring. While Rina and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, Shion arrived with some coffee.
あら、
Oh?
ちっちゃい二人は帰っちゃいましたか？
Did the two little ones leave already? I see what you're saying. Nah. I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, I guess I feel like, yeah, you weren't really thinking about it hard, but I was not, like, under the impression. I was just like, I immediately was like, oh, yeah. Not only I know the time frame we're in, but I was like, oh, the phone up front, like the store's phone. Hearing them called the little ones were so strange, I inadvertently burst out laughing.
なんか片付けの途中だったとかで帰っちゃったよ。
Apparently they were in the middle of cleaning, so they went home. She hadn't brought enough coffee for 4 people.
先輩に話を聞きました。
I heard from my senior.
なんだか私のためにいろいろご迷惑をかけてしまったみたいで。
It seems that you went through a lot of trouble for my sake.
全然迷惑じゃないよ。
It was no trouble at all.
他ならぬしーちゃんのピンチだしね。
None other than Shi-chan were in a pinch after all.
いいよね、しーちゃんで。
Oh, is it alright if I call you Shi-chan?
みーちゃんとお揃いで可愛いかなって。
It matches with Mi-chan, so I thought it'd be cute.
まあ、どうぞご自由に。
Well, whatever you want. Shion seemed a bit hesitant when Rina started talking to her. Rina's pretty sharp about some things, so Shion was probably worried that Rina would find out she was Mion after talking like this. Shion said she'd have work soon and hurried off back to the kitchen, leaving behind coffee for just the two of us.
レナにそっけなかった。
She was a bit upset with Rina.
慣れ慣れしい子だと思われちゃったかな。
Maybe she thought I was being too friendly.
照れてるだけだよ。
She's just embarrassed.
でも本当にそっくりだね。
Still, they really do look the same.
双子ってよりももう一人のみーちゃんみたいな感じ。
Instead of twins, it's like there's another Mi-chan.
外見は似てるけど雰囲気っていうか中身は全然違うだろ。
They look the same, but the atmosphere around them, or rather, their insides are completely different.
そういう双子も面白いと思うけどな。
I think those types of twins are pretty interesting, though.
ケイチ君はそう思う？
You think that, Keiichi-kun?
中身もそっくりだと思うよ。
I think they're identical on the inside, too. It somehow became silent. Rina was just staring at the pattern the milk made on the surface of her coffee without saying a word. For somebody like me who could never stop talking, it was a rather uncomfortable moment. Rina's off-put mannerism seemed to imply I said something I shouldn't have. That unpleasantness carried on for a little while.
レナさ、
Reina,
今日言ってたろ。
you said it today, right?
ミオンが傷つけられたなんて話。
That Mion was hurting?
そんな話したかな？
Did I say something like that?
だからとぼけるなよ。
Don't play dumb with me.
確かに言ったよ。今日の学校からの帰り道で。
You definitely said it. On the way home from school. Rina answered by laughing while continuing to play dumb, questioning if she said that. As thick-headed as I was, I had a faint realization. Rina wanted to say that I was the one who hurt Mion. But when? Me?
もし仮にそういうことがあったとしても、
Hypothetically, if something like that happened,
それは俺には悪意はなかったんだよ。
it's not something I did out of malice. I continued the conversation, but left out the assumption that I had hurt Mion.
うん、
Yeah,
きっとそうだと思う。
I think that's true.
ケイチ君に悪気はなかったと思うな。
I don't think Keiichi-kun had any bad intentions. Rina replied, also leaving out the assumption that I had hurt Mion. But that confirmed it. I don't know how it happened, but it seemed that I had hurt Mion. And Rina was upset with me due to the fact I hadn't realized it.
誤解しないでほしいんだけど、別にレナは怒ってるわけじゃないよ。
I don't want you to misunderstand. It's not like Rina's mad at you. Seeing right through what I was thinking, Rina said that, as she smiled even more gently than usual.
ただその、なんていうのかな。
It's just that... How do I say this?
難しいなって。
It's hard.
俺に落ち度があるなら、はっきりそうだと言ってくれないか。
If I made a mistake, please say so clearly.
俺は自分でも呆れるほど鈍感なんだ。
I'm so thick-headed I discussed even myself.
謝るべきことがあるなら、少しでも早くそれに気づいて謝罪したいと思ってる。
If there's something I should apologize for, then I'd want to know even a little quicker so I can make up for it.
別にケイチ君に落ち度なんかなかったと思うよ。
I don't think that Keiichi-kun made a mistake.
考えようによってはずるいのはみーちゃんの方なのかもしれないし。
Depending on how you look at it, Mi-chan might be the one who's being unfair.
ずるいのが女の子だって居直るのもまたずるい気がするし。
Taking the stance that the girl was the one being unfair might be unfair in itself. What Rina said was draped in mystery. Unfortunately, I had no idea what she meant. The hell is she talking about? The only thing I got out of it was that I had said or done something to inadvertently hurt Mion.
頼むよ、レナ。
I'm begging you, Rina.
ミオンは俺の最高の仲間の一人だ。
Mion is one of my best friends.
遺恨を残してなんか付き合いたくない。
I don't want to leave something between us that could cause problems later on.
だから教えてくれよ。
So tell me,
俺は何を傷つけてしまったんだ。
how did I hurt her?
ダメだよ。
I can't tell you.
こういうのは自分で気づかなきゃ。
You need to realize something like this for yourself. Rina was smiling like she always did, but spoke bluntly. The fact that she had the strength of will surprised me for a moment.
それに気づけないからこうして頼んでるんだろ。
I'm asking you because I can't figure it out, you know? My tone had unintentionally become harsh. Yeah, let's get mad at Rina. Yeah, let's go. Rina was also surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to her flat demeanor.
じゃあヒントだけならいいかな。
Well then, I guess just a hint is fine.
特別なんだよ。
This is special, okay?
すまん。
Sorry.
頼む。
Please.
ちゃんと考えるから。
I'll think about this seriously. Rina looked around the restaurant searching for Shion. Shion was working enthusiastically, but without confidence as usual.
しーちゃん、髪の毛を上げて結んだら みーちゃんと見分けつかなくなるんだろうね。
Shi-chan. If she ties her hair up, it's impossible to tell apart from Mi-chan, right?
そうだな。
Yeah, that's true.
じゃあさ、
So then?
みーちゃんが髪をほどいたらやっぱりしーちゃんと見分けがつかなくなるのかな。
So if Mi-chan let down her hair, would she be impossible to tell apart from Shi-chan?
多分な。
Probably.
でもそれとこれと何の関係があるんだよ。
But what does that have to do with anything?
もしもだよ、
What if?
双子の妹なんて話は嘘で、あれは妹のふりをしてるみーちゃんだったらどう思う？
What if that her being the younger twin was a lie? That she was just Mi-chan pretending to be her sister? What would you think? Rina, this is already a thought that's been thunk by him. Rina was sharper than her daily behavior belied. I was hesitant in verbally affirming that, but it was the right answer.
質問に質問で返すようで悪いけどさ。
Rina's like, I'm just gonna give you a hint, but it might be some earth-shattering revelation. It might be unfair to answer a question with another question.
レナの言う通り、ミオンがシオンのふりをしていたとして、それは何のためだよ。
But if, like you say, Mion is just pretending to be Shion, what purpose would that serve? No, it's the other thing. It's not Shion pretending to be or it's not Mion pretending to be Shion. What if? This is the third crazy option. I don't know exactly what it would establish or what like it would further in the narrative being taught here. But what if what if Shion's the real person and Shion lives a double life as Mion? Now I know, you're like, Austin, that doesn't make any sense because that's just the same situation. But no, I say it's not. What if the original person is Shion and then the Mion we knew and know and they know is the fake persona? The real personality is a shy Shion who works, and then she moonlights as a girl who goes to school named Mion. What if there's a third one named Pion? I'm ready for chapter 3 to establish another Eon twin. Or, I guess, triplet at that point. Each chapter, we just get introduced to a new member of the Sonozaki family that's the same age as Shion and Mion. But if, like you say, Mion is just pretending to be Shion, what purpose would that serve? After maintaining the silence for a while, Rina glanced at the clock.
そこを考えてほしいな。
That's what I want you to think about.
ヒントにしては多すぎかも。はあ、
That was maybe too much of a hint. After thanking me for the dessert, Rina stood up from her seat. Okay, so her hint was more just of hey, bozo. What if it is in fact the same person, why would she be doing that to you and us? But mostly you. Think, Keiichi. After thanking me for the dessert, Rina stood up from her seat.
ごめんね。頼まれてるお買い物があるからそろそろ帰るね。
Sorry, I was asked to buy a few things, so it's about time I left.
しーちゃんには挨拶もせずに先に帰っちゃってごめんって伝えておいてもらえるかな。
Is it okay with you if you tell Shion I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye?
ああ、伝えておく。
Yeah, I'll tell her.
ごめんね。
Sorry.
え？
Huh?
レナって怒りんぼなの。
That Rina's so short-tempered.
怒ってごめんね。
Sorry for getting angry.
ケイチくんだけが悪いわけでもないのに。
Keiichi-kun isn't the only one at fault here. Rina was harsh in her apology, but I was the one who really should have apologized.
みーちゃんだってもうそんなに気にしてないことだと思うの。
I think to Mi-chan, it's something that doesn't bother her much anymore.
だからなかったことにして忘れちゃってもいいと思うんだけど。
So if you want to forget that whole thing happened, that's fine too.
でもね、同じ女の子としてはケイチくんに自分で気づいて自分で謝りに来てほしいなって夢を見ちゃうの。
But you see, as a girl, I'd hope that Keiichi-kun realizes it by himself and comes to apologize of his own volition. Help! Switching to cute mode only at the end, she disappeared in the direction of the register. Remember during like the Umineko streams, and I'd constantly be like, "Hey, is something crazy going to happen?" And it was more of like a joke and whatever. Separating just slightly from that, I guess I should have asked this at the very start of this story, but like, you know how like occasionally like crazy batshit things would happen in Umineko? Do we get, obviously this doesn't have to be spoiler wise, but like, do we get batshit crazy things happening in Higurashi at some point? Like, I would say so far we've had some moments, but like there's not like batshit crazy. You know what I mean? What do I mean by batshit crazy? Like the craziest things that happened in Higurashi. We had some absolutely off the wall examples. I don't know. I don't have anything like specific to point to. Which I know then it's like, then why are you even asking or saying examples like Umineko? Sure. You know, sure. We had like moments where like, oh fuck, we're kind of like, you know, Sakataro becomes alive, and you have, you know, I just mean like in general, like vibe wise. Again, I don't know if this is potentially spoiled, but like, I'm just wondering about like generally, like, should I be expecting the craziest shit? Because if right here you go, no, the craziest things that happen in Umineko won't ever reach those peaks, then I'll be like, all right, cool. I won't get disappointed if I'm not expecting something like that. Oh yeah, that's fair. All right, I was just wondering. Just a question I probably should have asked at the very start, you know? Anyway, while I was staring into space, somebody suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finally done. It was Shion, who had changed into her street clothes. She flashed a smile while greeting me. Thank you so much for today. Everything was delicious. We are all really happy with it. Oh no, don't mention it. Okay. That seems about the kind of stuff I was asking then. Okay, good to know. Anyway, oh no, don't mention it, but I'm glad everybody had fun. Huh? That girl that was just here left as well? She had some shopping to do. She said she was happy for leaving without saying anything. Or she said she was sorry for leaving without saying anything. I see. Well then, should we leave as well? Even though I'm off duty, I'm still nervous around the workplace. We ended up strolling around without any destination in particular. I had been sitting the entire time, so I was in need of a breath of fresh air. Hell yeah, date time. When we left, the sky had already become draped in a veil of darkness. It's gotten dark already. Even though I promised I'd be finished early. Shion seemed upset that there wasn't much time left. Oh well. At least we got a little time to chat like this. Saying that, Shion set out for the tree-lined boulevard behind the station. The front of the station was slowly becoming crowded with businessmen heading home. Well then. I guess I should start with an introduction. I was mistaken for my sister when we first met, so we never got to properly introduce ourselves. I could only smile and laugh wryly. My name is Shion Sonozaki. I'm only similar to my older sister in appearance. My sister's rough around the edges and hot-headed, but I'm a composed and methodical person. I remembered what Rina and I had been talking about earlier. I said that they looked the same, but their personalities were different, while Rina said they were both the same. I don't know what tipped her off, but Rina figured out that Shion was Mion. Also, related to that, she said that I had hurt Mion. The only thing I could maybe be drawing, and this is maybe like wrongfully very like surface level to what's happening here, or maybe the game is painting it like that so that they want the reader to maybe just be picking at this like very surface level kind of thing. But the only thing that vaguely makes any potential sense so far connecting the dots, unless obviously there's a good chance that something deeper is revealed later on or at some point. But the only thing I think of is we're now 3 meetings deep with Shion here, and it's very clear, at least to the reader, and to now, I would assume Shion here, that Keiichi's, like, interested in her. And she's able to reciprocate that to him. But is Mion, if Mion and Shion were the same person, and Mion had been hanging out with Keiichi for some time, but was never outwardly acting like that towards her, like interested in her as a person, but then if she was the same person, but she just slightly tweaks her personality or something, and then, but now he's like interested, would you be hurt if you were Mion and be like, oh, this Keiichi guy, who maybe secretly, if Mion this whole time as like a friend was like into Keiichi but never felt comfortable bringing it up to him, but then she's like, all right, I have this opportunity where I can fake a second life, tweak my personality a bit, and he's suddenly into that person so easily. Maybe that would be the thing that Mion would be upset about. Again, this seems very surface level, and then that's also assuming that they're the same person. Now, you can make like some weird thing and be like, hey, maybe Mion is hurt because somehow, in a weird, really weird way, because we've now been told that Shion and Mion somehow talk to each other. Details of how, kind of not clear. But if Mion or Shion goes, oh, you know that Keiichi person who's brought up you before? Yeah, we've now hung out 3 times, and I'm into him. If Mion caught word of that, this would be the theory of this. This would be the working theory currently, if they are 2 separate people. But if Shion says that to Mion, Mion's like, what the fuck? Again, very surface level thinking, maybe, until something deeper is revealed. But anyway. Also, right after that, she said that I had hurt Mion. Rina had given only one hint. That was, why is Mion pretending to be Shion?
シオンは俺のことミオンからなんて聞いてるんだ
Shion, what did you hear about me from Mion?
お姉はケイちゃんのことお気に入りみたいですから。
My sister seems to have taken a liking to you.
饒舌にいろいろと喋ってくれますよ。
She talks about you quite a bit.
部活の話とか、やられたとかやり返したとか、そんな男の子みたいな話ばかりです。
Like about club activities, about getting pranked and pranking you back, boyish kinds of stories.
本当に仲がいいんですね。
You really do get along. Boyish kind of stories, huh? Come to think of it, I think there was something Shion told me before. Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? Is that what happened that hurt Mion? Mion herself said that she wished she'd been born a boy and that being a girl didn't suit her. She said a lot of things to that effect, didn't she?
ケイちゃん、さっきからなんだか楽しくなさそうですけど。
Kei-chan, you look like you're having fun.
いやそんなことないよ
Huh? No, that's not true.
隠し事が下手なくせに嘘つこうとするんですよね。
Even though you're bad at hiding things, you sure like to lie, don't you?
だから憎めないんですけど。
Still, I don't hate you for it. Saying that, she lightly chopped my forehead. Chop. Chop your forehead. Even though Shion was enjoying herself, I was still trying to figure out how I had hurt Mion. I was having a hard time figuring out the riddle that Rina had left with me, or left me with.
ほら、あれ、綺麗だと思いません？男の子でも綺麗に感じます？
Hey, see that? Don't you think it's pretty? You think even a guy would find it pretty?
へえ綺麗だな
Hmm? Yeah, it is pretty. Shion was having fun window shopping, dragging me by all sorts of stores I would normally never enter. It wasn't like she was begging me to buy or anything, and I wasn't getting bored either. It was just something to talk about as we walked around. In an easygoing way, we browsed through numerous stores. We discussed all sorts of topics I knew nothing about, but I didn't lose interest. I had the feeling she was good at conversation.
ケイちゃんってこういうの初めてですか？
Keiichi, is this your first time doing this kind of thing?
ああ、初めてだよ。
Yeah, it is.
こんな小物のお店なんかこうして連れてきてもらわなかったら一生入らなかったな。
If somebody didn't bring me into these accessory shops, I don't think I'd set foot in one my entire life.
そういうのじゃなくて、こういう感じの。
Not that. I meant more like this. What? I leapt back when Shion suddenly linked her arm with mine. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, Keiichi. Let's fucking go.
そんなに驚かなくてもいいじゃないですか。
Hey, you don't have to act so surprised.
女の子と腕を組むくらい、そんなに恥ずかしいことなんですか？
It's not so embarrassing to link arms with a girl, is it? Shion's expression was a little bit miffed, but suggestive at the same time.
別に恥ずかしくなんかねえよ。
I'm not that embarrassed.
腕が欲しけりゃ1本でも2本でもくれてやるよ。
If you want some arms, I can spare one or two.
ほら。
Here. What a dork.
ケイちゃんって本当に退屈しない人ですね。
Keiichi, you really know how to entertain someone.
お姉のお気に入りってのもよくわかります。
I see why my sister took a liking to you.
いらねえなら引っ込めるぞ腕。
If you don't want my arm, I'm taking it back.
そんなそんな。
Oh, come on.
喜んで拝借いたしますわ。
I'm happy to have it. Laughing in good spirits, she unlocked her arm with mine. My heart skipped a beat.
反応を楽しみたいんで意地悪に質問しますけど、ケイちゃん、女の子と腕組んだことあります？
This question might be a bit mean, but I want to enjoy seeing your reaction. Kei-chan, have you ever been arm in arm with a girl before?
林間学校のキャンプファイヤーでってのはなしでです。
Around a bonfire at a field trip doesn't count, by the way. Wait, why does that not count? Huh? What? That little devil. She was asking the question knowing full well what the answer would be.
林間学校を封じられると辛いな。
Well, if field trips are out, this is rough. He's an arm linking virgin. Shion laughs at him.
そうだと思いました。
I thought as much.
そのいたずらっぽい笑い方、本当にミオンと同じだな。
That impish laugh really is the same as Mion's.
お前、本当にシオンなんだろうな。
You really are Shion, right?
ミオンがシオンだって嘘をついてるんじゃないのか？
You're not just Mion saying that you're Shion, are you?
お姉がシオンのふりをしてるかもしれないって思ってます？
Are you thinking that my sister might pretend to be me?
さっきまでは双子だと思ってたが、悪ふざけの仕方がミオンとそっくりすぎるからな。
I thought you were twins until just now, but that way you mess around is just like Mion.
口ではそんなこと言ってますけど、
You're just saying that.
ケイちゃんはちゃんと私とお姉を区別してますよ。
You can tell us apart easily.
区別ってなんだよ。
What do you mean by that?
お姉がこうやって腕を取ってきたら、ケイちゃんドキドキしますか？
If my sister was holding your arm like this, would you get nervous?
する。
I would.
関節技でもかけられるんじゃないかと思ってビクビクする。
I'd be completely on edge worrying about when she would go for an arm lock. She laughed so hard she had to hold on to her sides.
おいおい、そんなにおかしいことかよ。
Hey, hey, is it really that funny?
肩腹を押さえて涙溜めるくらいに。
You're tearing up.
いえいえ、
No, no, it's just...
お姉ってしょうがないなって思ったんです。
I was just thinking about how hopeless my sister is.
年頃の男の子と腕を組んで心臓を高鳴らすこともできないなんて。
She isn't even able to get a young man hot and bothered while she's arm in arm with him. Damn, shots fired.
本当に女の子失格ですよね。
Damn, she really is a failure as a woman. I remember once again that I'd heard someone say that before.
お姉は男の子に生まれた方が良かったんじゃないかなって思うことありますよ。
Sometimes I think that my sister would have been better off if she'd just been born a boy.
そしたら私も惚れてるかもな。
If she did, I might have fallen for her.
なんちゃって。
Huh? 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 Excuse me? Just kidding. Ah,
ミオンも男の子に生まれたかったなんて言ってたな。
Mion did say something about wanting to be born a boy.
お姉は女の子がしたいのか男の子がしたいのか中途半端なんですよね。
My sister's on the fence as to whether she wants to be a boy or girl.
まあ不吉祥な生き方のツケですからね。
Well, it's the price she pays for living an awkward lifestyle.
放っておいてあげてください。
Just leave her be.
さっきから実の姉に随分な言い方だな。
You've been saying some pretty harsh things about your sister right now.
私ミオンのどことなく甘えたところ好きじゃないんです。
Mion has some soft parts to her that I don't like. The way that Shion talked somehow sounded cold.
シオンってミオンとあんまり仲良くないのか？
Shion, do you not get along with Mion?
まあそこそこは仲良くやってます。
Well, we get along well enough.
でも姉妹として許せないなってところはいろいろありますよ。
Still, there's a few things for which I can't forgive her as her sister.
あれ見てください。
Hey, look at that.
可愛いと思いません？
Don't you think it's cute? Ooh, we could go even like something I was talking about just slightly earlier. Like, let's go evil intentions. What if like the relationship between Mion and Shion actually does like truly suck? Like they're two different people, they're really bad. And what if somehow though, Shion caught wind that Mion from a distance longed for Keiichi, right? And then Shion, being a very evil, mean sister, was like, "Fuck, I'll show Mion how to get this guy." And then within we're 3 meetups, we're on a date, we're strolling late at night, we're looking at the moon and shops or whatever the fuck. And then that would make sense for if Mion then caught wind of this and was like, "Yeah, this fucking sucks." You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm hurt, Keiichi. That would make it a little, that would then it be, and then we go full back into what I was saying earlier, right? For why Mion would maybe be upset if that was the case, if she caught wind of all this happening. Again, it would require them to be 2 separate people, and for Mion to somehow secondhand getting all this information, most likely. But anyway, I turned around to look at where Shion was pointing. What was there was a familiar display window of a toy shop. The same shop that was the stage for the incident that occurred during last Sunday's club activities. What Shion was pointing at was a display with a plethora of adorable dolls that looked like the sort of girls would like.
女の子ってどうしてこういうのが好きなのかな？
I wonder why girls like these kinds of things.
だって可愛いじゃないですか。
It's because they're cute.
ケイちゃんは可愛いって思いませんか？
Don't you think they're cute, Kei-chan?
俺は男だから特にそういうのは感じないよ。
I'm a man, so I don't really get that vibe.
まあまあ。
No.
ケイちゃんはこの中で一番可愛いのはどれだと思います？
Which one do you think is the cutest out of all these, Kei-chan? Shion, pulling on my arm, motioned to the row of dolls. They were lined up like they were close sisters taking a commemorative photo. A few of them seemed strangely familiar.
こっち側に並んでる4つは見覚えがあるな。
I've seen those 4 over there somewhere.
やっぱり有名なんですね。
Oh, I guess they really are famous.
ケイちゃんでも知ってるくらいだから。
If even you know about them. Shion sounded impressed.
最近イギリスから入ってきたばかりの新作なんですよ。
These are new dolls that were just brought in from England.
この辺ではまだ売ってますけど、都市部の方じゃ品切れ状態で安さがポイントのはずなのに変に高騰しちゃってるそうですよ。
They still have some available here, but around the cities they have trouble keeping them on the shelves. Even though they're supposed to be inexpensive, it seems they're starting to come at a premium.
女の子っていい年になってもこういうのが好きなんだな。
Guess girls still like these kinds of things even as they grow up.
人にもよるでしょうけど、人形とかぬいぐるみとかを嫌いな女の子ってそんなにいないと思いますよ。
It depends on the person, but I think that girls who don't like dolls and stuffed animals are pretty few and far between.
あの男女のお姉ですら可愛いって言ってましたから。
Even my tomboy of a sister said these were adorable.
へえ。
Oh?
ミオンも可愛いって言うのか。そりゃすごいことだな。
Even Mion says they're adorable? That is pretty amazing. That's right, I just remembered. The store owner gave this one to us after Sunday's event. Except for Mion, who is a relative, everybody had gotten something.
やっぱりあれが一番ですよね。
I really do think that one's the best.
ドレスのふわふわな感じが本当に。
That frilly dress really gives it something.
それだ。
That's it.
この店のマスターに俺がもらったやつだ。
That's the one the shop owner gave to me.
らしいですね。
So it seems. Shion replied softly but clearly.
吉郎おじさんが日曜日のイベントを盛り上げてくれたお礼にって。
Uncle Yoshiro gave those out as thanks for helping liven things up at Sunday's event.
お姉が連れてきた友達4人に配ったんだそうです。
Seems he gave them to the 4 friends my sister brought along.
ドレスの人形はケイちゃんがもらったんですね。
So, you got the doll with the dress then.
どうでしたか？
What did you think?
とっても可愛かったでしょ？
It was really cute, right? As a man, there's no way I'd think it was cute.
じゃあその人形どうしちゃったんですか？
So, what did you do with the doll?
持っててもしょうがないからあげちゃったよ。
I wasn't really going to do anything with it, so gave it to someone. To who? As Shion laughed, I could hear an audible click run through my head, like the piece of a jigsaw puzzle snapping into place. Oh. Flashback, flashback,
今日は
flashback.
みんな本当にありがと
Thank you very much for today, everyone.
う。おかげでイベントは大盛り上がりだったよ。
You made the event turn out great.
大したものじゃないけど、これ今日のおだちんに。
What was the last line? It was, as Shion laughed, I could hear an audible click run through my head, like the piece of a jigsaw puzzle snapping into place. Flashback, flashback, flashback. It's not much, but here's something extra for today.
あ、吉郎おじさん。
Uncle Yoshiro!
私にはないの？おだちん。
Oh, we get the sad piano music. Isn't there a little something for me too?
あらあらあら。
My, my, my.
可愛いのが出てきましたわよ。
Quite an adorable one, is it not? When Satoko and Rika-chan opened up the bag, there were cute little stuffed animals inside. Wow,
これ可愛い。
they're so cute.
お持ち帰りしていいの？
Can I take them home?
本当に？
I really can.
ってことは俺のもかな。
Which means there's something for me too?
お
Whoa,
なんだかやたら可愛いのが出てきたぞ。
I got a pretty adorable one. It was a stuffed toy wearing a beautiful dress, one you used to play house. Rina's eyes were glued to my stuffed doll. Satoko was the same and Rika-chan too. I see. It wasn't just Rina, Satoko, and Rika-chan. There was one other person who seemed jealous. Ha ha ha!
ケイちゃんには一番似合わないのが出てきちゃったね。
Kei-chan got the one that fits him the least. Not wanting for her expression to give it away, she had said that to hide her embarrassment.
なんつうのか、プリティっていうか、キュートっていうか、可愛いのは認めるんだが、着せ替え人形はちょっとな。
Well, I guess it's cute and pretty. Can't admit it's adorable, but a doll with changeable clothes is...
ケイちゃんが持ってたら確実に明日からあれな趣味の人扱いだね。うん。
If you walked around with it, then you'd be treated like a weirdo starting tomorrow. Definitely. Mion's usual teasing way of talking. I looked around to see who I should give the doll to. Mion was right in front of me. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, so I thought about giving it to her. But I didn't. I remember this, yeah. Huh?
くれる
You're giving it to me?
の？何？
To Rina?
ありがとう。
Thank you! Turning away from Mion's covetous gaze, I gave the doll to Rina. That was a look of sheer want from Mion. Mion's smile bore into my back. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. Why did I not give it to Mion? Since Mion was the only one who didn't get anything, wouldn't it have just been standard practice to give it to her? At that time, I had noticed that something was wrong. That's why I said it.
保身のためだよ。
Just protecting myself.
レナにあげないと夜道が怖い。
If I didn't give it to Rina, then walking the streets at night would be scary.
違いない違いない。
No doubt, no doubt.
ミオンにあげようかと思ったけど、ちょっと違うよな。
I thought about giving it to Mion, but just doesn't feel right. Something dark flickered briefly in Mion's eyes, but at the time I didn't notice it. I had thought to give it to Mion. Why didn't I?
へへへへ、わかってるじゃない。
Hehehe, you know it.
私さ、どうして男に生まれなかったのかなって思う時あるよ。
Sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy. Mion herself had said that with a laugh. So I didn't realize that I had hurt her.
そうだな。
That's right.
ミオンってかっこいい系の方が似合うやつだもんな。
Mion is more suited for cool things.
だからこの店の手伝いはシオンちゃんが来て正解だったと思うぜ。
So I think having you help her here was the right choice. Huh? Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me.
その制服、ミオンなんかには絶対に似合わないと思うけど、
That uniform, it would never suit somebody like Mion.
シオンちゃんにはよく似合ってると思うしさ。
But if it's Shion, I think it works.
それって、
Huh? You mean that, Shion, like Rina often does, spaced out and turned bright red. Mion seemed really happy. She seemed happy that I complimented Shion. Saying that it didn't suit Mion, but that it suited Shion. Saying that it suited her seemed to make her happy.
ミオンの双子の妹なんだよ。
Mion's younger twin sister.
性格は違うけど、外見は瓜二つなんだ。
She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion.
そうそう。
No, I just appreciate it because it's like not necessarily friend wise, but man, I spend a good chunk of probably every day of my life recounting everything I did wrong the past day. So I feel this, I can relate to Keiichi at this moment. I have a flashback about like, oh, I really handled that poorly or something. I have these moments all the time in my life. I just go, look back at moments, and the moments could have happened that day, weeks ago, years ago. I'm very often doing this where I'm like, shit, I really fucked up. And yet I still make the mistakes. Mion says, that's right.
外見は似てるけど中身は大違いなんだよ。
We look similar, but our personalities are completely different.
私は優しくて思慮深いけど、シオンは冷めてておっかない性格なんだよね。
I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality.
多分生まれた時にミオンの女の子らしい部分は全部シオンに行っちゃったんだと思う。
I think that when you guys were born, Shion got all the feminine aspects.
ミオンと違って実にはにかんだ笑顔の似合う可愛い女の子なんだ。
Damn, I think when we saw this happen originally, I think in this moment I was like, wait, this is, I was like, damn, that's a really hard thing to say. Or a mean thing to say. But now even rewinding and taking it slightly more out of context, it's like, fuck, Keiichi. You're really mean right here. Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl. Mion made a strange face that was both angry and happy at the same time. Seemed she was happy that I said Shion was cute. Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she just had some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside.
本当にいいのか？
Is it really okay?
これタバスコとかがいっぱい入ってるとかそういう冗談じゃないのかよ。
There's not like a ton of hot sauce mixed in or anything, right?
もう
Jeez.
お姉じゃないんですから、私そんなことしませんよ。
I'm not my sister. I wouldn't do that kind of thing.
別に嫌なら無理しなくても。
If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself.
帰って自分で食べちゃいますから。
I'll just go home and eat it myself. I'm not my sister. That was how she said it. Shion was insistent that she wasn't Mion. She was saying that she was Shion and that I shouldn't think of her as Mion. But Mion with Shion carried a special meaning.
みーちゃんって不思議でしょ？
Mi-chan is mysterious, right?
女の子なんだけど、男の子みたいっていうか。
She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy. That's what Rina said.
でもね、
But you see?
そんなみーちゃんも本当はすっごく女の子らしいんだよ。
Even that Mi-chan is actually really feminine.
レナ、
Rina,
お前ミオンにいくらもらったんだよ。
how much did Mion pay you exactly?
違うの。
That's not true.
もうちゃんとした話をしてるんだよ。だよ。
Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know? You know? Rina began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
みーちゃんは部活の部長さんだからみんなのリーダーとして頑張ってるけど、
Michan is a club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody.
本当はとっても可愛い女の子なんだよ。
But she's really a very cute girl.
それ特に圭一くんには忘れてほしくないな。
I really don't want you to forget that, Kei-chan. There never was a riddle to begin with. Rina was saying the answer right from the beginning.
それでもう私何が何だかわからなくなっちゃって。
So then I don't know what's going on anymore.
うん。
Yeah.
ケイちゃんに悪気がなかったのは分かってる。分かってるつもり。
Ah, this hurts. I know Kei-chan didn't mean anything wrong. At least he didn't intend to.
うん。ケイチくんは人を傷つけるような人じゃないよ。
Yeah. Keiichi-kun isn't the type of person to hurt others.
だからみーちゃんが痛みを覚える必要なんか全然ないんだよ。
So there's no reason for you to feel hurt by this, Michan.
じゃあ何なんだろうね。
Then what was it?
悔しいのか、それとも悲しいのか、
Frustration?
全
Sadness?
然わかんなくて。
I don't know at all.
欲しかった
Did you want it?
あのお人形。
The doll, I mean? I'm not gonna try to fake cry here.
レナがもらったのをあげても何にも解決にならないもんね。
It wouldn't really help even if I gave you the doll I got, would it?
そうだね。
You're right.
じゃあみーちゃん、
How about this, Michan?
ケイチくんにおねだりしてごらんよ。
Try asking Keiichi-kun.
正面からぶつかってみた方が結構解決できるかもしれないよ。
You might be able to solve the problem if you tackle it head on.
そんなのできるわけないじゃない。
There's no way I could do that.
今さら恥ずかしくてできない？
Is it too embarrassing to do that now?
ミオンじゃない私でもう一回やり直したい。
I want to try again. As somebody other than Mion.
そうしたら今度はもっと素直になりたい。
This time, I could be more honest with myself.
ミオンとしてのケイちゃんとの関係はとても気に入ってるよ。
Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty fond of the relationship I have with Kei-chan.
わがままだと知ってるけど。
This might be selfish. But one more time.
きっと気づいてくれるよ、ケイチくん。
Keiichi-kun will definitely notice.
そうかな。
I wonder if that's true.
レナも応援するから。
Rina will cheer you on too.
みーちゃんの悲しみが軽くなる方法を探してみようよ。
So let's find a way for you to ease your sadness.
私を信じて。
Believe me,
みーちゃんを泣かせたりなんか絶対にさせないから。
I won't let anything happen that'll make you cry, Michan.
信じる。
I'll believe.
信じる。
I'll believe.
きっとケイチくんはみーちゃんのことも分かってくれるよ。
Keiichi-kun will definitely come to understand.
それでね、無神経なことを言ってごめんねって言ってあのお店にみーちゃんを連れて行ってあのお人形をプレゼントしてくれるの。
He'll say sorry for saying something so callous, then he'll bring you to that store and buy that doll for you as a present.
うん。
Yeah.
うん。
Yeah.
そうしたらみーちゃんもありがとうって言うんだよ。
And then, Michan, you'll say thank you.
茶化しちゃダメだよ。
You can't fool around.
素直に言うんだからね。
Say it honestly. Yeah.
欲しいなって言ったらケイちゃん買ってくれます？
If I said I wanted it, Kei-chan, would you buy it for me? Mion said it quietly, doing her best to quell her embarrassment. I would have reflexively begun to lightly tease her to hide my embarrassment. But like Mion, I quelled that impulse.
いいよミオン。
Okay, Mion.
今日までのお礼ってことでどれでも買ってやるよ。
As thanks for everything until today, I'll buy you whichever one you want. My voice cracked with the unfamiliar words. In order to not lose to Mion trying her best, I tried my best as well.
だから私ミオンじゃなくてシオン。
But I'm not Mion. I'm Shion.
じゃあシオン
Shion then.
シオンに買ってやるよ。
I'll buy it for you, Shion. Shion looked down. Red-faced, she pointed at the doll in the dress through the store window.
本当にいいんですか？
Is it really okay?
あのドレスのだけはちょっぴり高いんですよ。
The one in the dress is a little expensive, isn't it?
値段の問題じゃないだろう。
This isn't a matter of price.
気持ちの問題だよ。
This is a matter of feelings.
私今日はケイちゃんに嫌なお客さんから助けてもらえて本当に嬉しかったです。
When I was saved by Kei-chan from those unsavory customers today, I was really happy.
先輩たちもみんな助けてくれなかったのにケイちゃんだけは助けてくれました。
Even though my coworkers didn't save me, Kei-chan did.
私の肩をグイって引っ張ってくれましたよね。
You grabbed me by the shoulder really firmly, right?
あの時すごくかっこよかったです。
Right then. You were really cool.
なのに私恥ずかしくってちゃんとしたお礼もできなくって。
Even then, I was so embarrassed, I couldn't properly express my gratitude. I clamped my hand down on Shion's head and ruffled her hair roughly, like how I would to Rina and the others. When I did that, Shion, like Rina would have, spaced out and blushed slightly.
そんな難しいのは抜きでいいよ。
You don't have to think too hard about it.
あの時あげてればよかったんだ。
I should have just given it to you back then.
そうすればみんな楽しく笑ってられたんだ。
If I did that, then everybody would have had a good laugh. Shion didn't respond. She had turned bright red, like she was trying to hold back both laughter and tears.
今買ってくれよ。
I'll go buy it for you right now.
そこで待ってろよ。
Wait right there.
私も一緒に行きます。
I'll go with you. Saying that, she grabbed onto my arm once again. She wasn't trying to be stoic anymore.
お姉がどうしてケイちゃんのことを好きなのか私よく分かった気がします。
I think I know why my sister likes you.
ね
Hey,
えケイちゃんのこと
is it alright
ちょっぴり好きになってもいいですか？
if I start to like you a bit too, Kei-chan? Oh boy. The unfamiliar situation made my heart start to spin. Whoa. What am I doing? Very off-topic thought I just had. Chapter 1's called Onikakushi, and the story kind of revolves around the demoning away. This one's called Wild Nagashi, but we've seen basically nothing about the festival yet. Yeah. I had reached my limit. Smiling wryly to hide my embarrassment, I dragged Shion into the store with me.
すみません。
I don't know, something about this line. Alright, saying that, I think I know why my sister likes you. Hey, is it alright if I start to like you a bit too, Kei-chan? Again, if they were two different people, like, that's quite, like, it's quite mean. You're just completely like, hey, I can see why my sister's into you. Anyway, I'm gonna butt in right now. Relationship drama, I'm so here for it. Alright, Keiichi says, excuse me.
表のショーウィンドウにあるドレスの人形が欲しいんですけど。
I want to buy that doll in the dress that's in the window. After a moment, I heard a voice of acknowledgement, and an apron-clad employee soon appeared.
ケイちゃん
Oh my god! I'm joking. Mion says, Kei-chan.
それになんであんたがここにいるの？
And why are you here?
バイト中のお姉には
Oh,
関係ありません。
fuck. Sean says, this has nothing to do with you. Oh my god, they're actually gonna have a fight. A sister fight, twin fight.
私ケイちゃんとデート中なんですから。
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's going down in the absolute worst way possible. The actual moment where we've got the two of them in a room. Oh fuck, we're all fucked. I'm on a date with Kei-chan right now. Huh? What?
なんだケイちゃん。
Ooh, why is Kei-chan? Even if you ask why, I'd like to know the answer myself. Mion looked at me with an expression of confusion and surprise. But that was the same with me. If she was there, then who was next to me?
最初からそうだって言ってますよ。
I said it right at the beginning.
園崎シオンです。
I'm Shion Sonozaki,
お姉の双子の妹ですよ。
my sister's younger twin.
ケイちゃんだって私のことをシオンって呼んでたじゃないですか。
Kei-chan, you even called me Shion, didn't you? Shion, saying that, pouted cutely. Now I gotta say, this was what I assumed was the case the whole time, right? But I do like that the game tried a very last hurrah there, where it was like Rina and Mion talking there. They were having like that moment. The game had a last like moment where they're like, oh, we're gonna try to make you think. Shion saying that, pouted cutely.
どういうことなの？
What is going on?
説明してよ、シオン。
Tell me, Shion.
別に
Not much.
お姉がご就寝のケイちゃんってどんな人なのかなって思って。
I was wondering what kind of person this Kei-chan you were so infatuated with was.
デザートフェスタのチケットを都合してあげたんです。
So, I happened to give him a ticket to the dessert festa.
そしたら
I
ケ
have
イ
to
ちゃ
keep
ん、
having to not say
私が
fiesta.
嫌なお客さんに絡まれているところにさっそうと現れて。
We've seen the word festa pop up now several times, and every time I'm very close to saying fiesta. There, when I was being bothered by all sorts of troublesome customers, Kei-chan gallantly appeared.
バッタバッタとなぎ倒して私を助けてくれて。
And saved me by kicking them all to the curb. Or something like that. What? Both Mion and I raised our voices pathetically, expressing our confusion to the utmost.
ミオンが電話をくれたろ
Mion, you phoned me
昨日さ。
yesterday, right?
しないよ私。
I didn't.
何のことか全然わかんない。
I have no idea what you're talking about.
私ケイちゃんのためにお弁当を届けてあげたよね。
I delivered that bento for you, didn't I, Kei-chan?
あれは私だもんね。
That was me, right?
それともあれお姉だったの？
Or was it my sister?
園崎ミオンともあろうお方が手作り弁当を作って男の子の家に海外しく届けに行ったと？
The person known as Mion Sonozaki put together a bento and bravely went to a boy's home to deliver it, maybe.
へえ、お姉って見かけによらず大胆。
Oh, you're a lot bolder than you look, sis. With a loud pop, a trail of smoke began to rise from Mion's head.
いや知らない知らない。
No, I don't know.
ほらねケイちゃん、
See, Kei-chan?
お姉は知らないって。
My sister says she doesn't know.
だから昨日までのは全部私、園崎シオンなの。
So everything up until yesterday was me, Shion Sonozaki.
私のふりをしたお姉かもしれないって思ってたかもしれないけど、これで疑いは晴れたでしょ？
You might have thought it was my sister pretending to be me, but with this, there's no doubt, right? Couldn't tell it from down at that moment. If there was a mirror around, could have seen my eyes go wide from the shock.
さあ、店員さん、
Now, little Miss Shopkeeper,
表のショーケースの人形包んでくださいね。
could you wrap up that doll in the window? Damn, this is even worse. Now, now Mion is seeing Keiichi voluntarily buy this doll for Shion. Damn, so many things Shion is getting that Mion did not get.
大好きになった人からの初めてのプレゼントだから、ちゃんとリボン付きで梱包してほしいです。
It's the first present from the person I've come to love, so make sure you tie it up nicely with a ribbon. Mion, completely flustered, was being cornered by a sly-faced Shion. My brain had stopped working.
そんな、
What?
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan,
何がどうなって。
what is going on?
じゃあ行こう。
Well, let's go.
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan.
もう暗くなってきたからお家まで送ってあげるね。
It's already dark out, so I'll see you home.
おね悪いけど沖宮の家に電話して車を回すように言ってもらえる？
Sis, sorry, but could you phone the house in Okinomiya and have them send out a car?
自転車も積めるようにワゴンか何かで来てほしいって伝えてね。
Maybe a van that we could fit a bike into, please. In contrast to Shion, who had glee written all over her face, Mion was an empty shell and looked like she could burst into tears at any moment.
ケイちゃん。
Kei-chan. After that, Mion's grumblings were unrelenting. Wacky. Oh, fuck. Nice. See what this is.
だから初めましてじゃないですって。昨日まで毎日お会いしてたじゃないですか。
The achievement was titled, It's Not Easy Being Green. Shion says, Stop saying it's been a while. We've seen each other every day up until yesterday, haven't we?
もういい。お前がそうだって言うならそういうことでいい。
Whatever. If you say so, we'll go with that. Someone from Shion's house came to get me in a station wagon. I'd initially refused, but Shion insisted, so both my bicycle and I ended up stuffed in the car. Said car was currently driving across a single bumpy road leading to Hinamizawa. For goodness sake, Shion was at Mion's level at least, but maybe an even better actor? Either way, no matter what questions I pressed her with, she'd slip out of them like an eel.
しかしそっくりだな。ミオンみたいに髪を後ろで結んだらやっぱりミオンそっくりになるのか？
Still, you two look so alike. If you tied your hair back like Mion does, would you look exactly like her?
さあ、試せばそうなるんじゃないですか？
Who knows? That's probably what would happen.
私たち筋金入りの一卵性ですから。
We're identical twins, through and through.
昔は服を取り替えっこしただけで誰も見破れなかったものです。
In the past, we could just change our clothes and no one would be the wiser.
お姉と一緒に断るごとに入れ替わっていろいろと騙したりしましたっけ？
I remember we'd swap places at every opportunity and fooled a lot of people. The middle-aged driver wearing a black suit heaved a heavy sigh, like he were a butler.
なあにKasai、その深いため息は。
What's wrong, Kasai? That was a pretty deep sigh.
失礼しました。昔から変わられないなと思っただけですよ。
Excuse me, I was just thinking that you haven't changed. You could see many years of hardship on the man's face through the rearview window.
それよ
Or
り
mirror.
ケイちゃんの家ってこっちでいいんですか？Kasaiは園崎本家の道以外はひなみ沢をよく知らないから。
Anyway, Kei-chan, your house is around here, right? Kasai doesn't know much about Hinamizawa aside from the road that goes to the Sonosaki main house.
任せておくと矢後地あたりまで走ってっちゃいますよ。
If you leave it to him, he'll take you all the way to Yagochi.
そりゃ困る。すみません。次の右に入る細い道のところで止めてください。
I don't want that. Excuse me, could you stop at the narrow road at the next right?
そこまでで結構です。
I'll walk from there. He stopped the car at the desired place. The driver, Kasai-san, got my bike out of the trunk for me.
あ、どうもすみません。今日は送ってもらってありがとうございます。
Ah, sorry about that. Thank you very much for showing me home today.
ケイイチさんでしたか。
Whoa, look at this tall drink of water. Was it Kisan? Your name, that is?
あ、はい。
Yes.
いろいろと災難はあると思いますが、そのうち飽きると思いますので、どうかそれまでご辛抱ください。
Can I cycle the sprites? I can. That's risky business. With the whole, I'm gonna disable. I'll disable the CGs just for. All right. So here's this one. Oh, this one. He looks hard, dude. Alright, let's go with that. And then let's go, this. There you go. And now I gotta make sure I hit this. There we go, perfect. Show CGs, back on. I'm being very careful. I have a PTSD about losing them. Looks like one of my friends divorced us. Alright, you must be having various difficulties, but I believe she'll grow tired soon, so please endure things until then. He gave me a deep look of sympathy. This guy has definitely been dealing with the Sonozaki sisters ever since they were little kids.
ですが、ミオンさんと同じで、根は優しい方なんですよ。
However, like Mion-san, she's a kind person at heart.
それはつまりミオン並みに迷惑をかけるやつだ。
This
という
guy,
ことですか。
this guy is shaped interestingly. Like this body shape is quite interesting. I mean, I'm not one to talk maybe, but like it just seems he's got an interesting build. Anyway, Keiichi says, so that means she'll be as much of a bother as Mion, right? The man's face froze in a smile, his reply lost. Hey, back me up here.
じゃあねケイちゃん、また会いましょうね。
Bye.
お姉にもよろしくお伝えください。
Bye, Kei-chan. We'll see each other again soon. Say hi to my sister for me too.
私も明日からひなみ沢の学校に通おうかな。
Maybe I'll start going to Hinamizawa tomorrow.
絶対に来るな。
God, she's
シ
evil.
オンが転校してきたら、俺が沖宮の学校に転校するから。
Don't you dare. If you transferred in, I'll transfer out to a school in Okinawa.
それはすごくひどいことですよ、ケイちゃん。
Wow, that was really mean, Kei-chan. A short beep of the horn. Beep beep. The man gave a little wave to me from the driver's seat. Then, the car withdrew into the dark night roads, leaving dust in its wake. Man, this entire day made no sense. I ran into Mion while I was with Shion, and the former's expression, like a pigeon shot with a pellet gun, had finally begun to make a strong impression on me. Wild. We got an old-fashioned love triangle. Let's go. Alright, I'm not done for tonight. I'll leave on this music. We'll throw up a BRB. Short intermission here until the second half, to come back and do a second half of this. And then we'll continue after that. How many scenes do I think I'll do today? I don't know. Impossible to tell. Seeing as I don't have a handy, like, oh, they're this long each or whatever. Vibes based. Alright, I'll be back shortly. Alright, I'm back. Has the music bore into your brain at this point yet? I did not have to listen to it this whole time. But I kind of like the idea that I can just disappear for a while and then just have this music going on for minutes. Let me see this. Shion and Slotska are my least favorite. Alright, so we're back. We're back. Everyone's gone. And we've basically determined that Shion, we've confirmed Shion, Mion, different people, but Shion is some form of devil. Just like in Umineko, where Beatrice was the big bad, especially early on. We've now got our evil candidate here in the form of Shion. She's got ill intentions. She wants to crush her sister. She wants to torture Keiichi here. And I think that's about where we're at. An evil sadistic backstabbing bitch. I'll say it. I don't have any worries. I wonder, the fallout from the moment is from this shaking out is I'm genuinely curious now. Does Keiichi make a pivot here? Does he look internally and say, man, I really bungled this situation. Let me attempt to make things right. And by that I mean, I don't know, cut off. I mean, knowing how it's Keiichi, he's probably he's dumb and gonna make the mistakes along the way. But like, would he even think about like cutting off connection with Shion, opening more up to Mion, apologizing, or is he gonna do the more likely thing and continue to fall into Shion's traps? That's the question. So, the next day, it was a strange day where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Oh yeah, Mion's gonna be reeling here. How does Mion recover from this? Every time our eyes met, she would say that she had already something to do, or that she had to use the washroom and run off. Unable to just watch, Rina was taking care of her the entire time. Mion-san, she's acting totally strange today.
一部始終を知ってはいるんだが、なんとも説明しづらい。
I know the whole story, but it's hard to explain.
女の子には不安定になる時もあるのです。
There are times when girls are emotionally unstable.
放っておいてあげるのが一番なのですよ。
It's best just to leave her alone. Turning around, I saw Rina calling me from the hallway. I wondered what it was.
ケイチ君、こっちこっち。
Keiichi-kun, over here, over here.
なんだよ、こんなとこに呼んで。
What is it, calling me over like this?
内緒話か？
Is it a secret?
災難だったみたいだね。
That is, it looks like it was a disaster. Yeah.
みーちゃん、かなり壊れてたけど、なんとか直しておいたから。
Mi-chan seemed pretty broken, but I somehow got her working again. I just turned her off and turned her back on. I just plugged her off. I unplugged her and plugged her back in.
よく直せたな。
I'm surprised you managed it.
一体どうやって？
How did you exactly...
テレビ 理と同じ。
Same way I do with the television. I give it a good thwack. I smack it a couple of times.
斜め45度くらいの角度で
Oh my god. Just come at it from a 45-degree angle and he-ya! Saying that, she made a chopping motion. You know I can't tell if you're joking or not, right?
明日からは大丈夫だから。
She'll be fine by tomorrow.
だけどケイチ君にもお願いしたいことがあるの。
Also, there's something I want you to do, Keiichi-kun. Okay, so if Chapter 2, similarly, just like Chapter 1, goes into like a horror moment, you know, kind of thing, as we did at the end of Chapter 1, I could totally see why, especially if it's spearheaded by, like, by Mion. You don't think Mion's gonna want revenge at this point? She's pissed off at him, at Keiichi here. She's gonna drug him. She's gonna kill him. I can see why. Honestly deserved. So Rina says she'll be fine by tomorrow. Also, there's something I want you to do, Keiichi-kun.
悪気はないんだが、なぜか罪の意識もある。
I didn't mean to do anything wrong, but I still feel guilty.
何でも聞くぞ。
I'm listening. Now, oh dude, if Mion goes after Shion, I'm all for watching that. I don't know what it says about me, but I'm ready to see like Mion just go fucking ham on like her twin sister. Take it out. Take her out. Kill everyone. Fuck it. I didn't mean to do anything wrong, but I still feel guilty. I'm listening.
助かる。
Thanks.
みーちゃんはね、昨日までの数日間のことなかったことにするから。
You see, Michan is just going to pretend the last few days never happened. Never happened, huh? I see. Well, that's one way to run from it.
だからね、
So you see,
ケイチ君もなかったことにしてあげて。
Keiichi-kun, could you pretend to?
それでみーちゃんいつも通りだから。
Then Michan could go back to normal.
そんな簡単なことで本当に大丈夫なのか？
Let me see this again. She's gonna pretend the last few... Okay, Michan is just going to pretend the last few days never happened. Could you pretend to do that as well? Damn. We love selective, just forgetting things, repressing. Keiichi says, just doing something as simple as that. Is it really going to be okay?
お願いだからみーちゃんの心の整理がつくまでそっとしておいてあげてよ。
Please, until Michan gets her feelings in order, just go with it. I had like a flashback because this was just like, at least early on in Chapter 1, we saw Keiichi try to do this with himself. His own brain. He was like, fuck. Rina and Mion are being and acting strange. I'm just going to repress that and act like those moments didn't happen. And I know it's somewhat different, but like, he was like, oh, I'm just going to pretend like those were different people completely. And then I'll be able to go back to normal. And things, in fact, did not go back to normal. Maybe we'll try it a second time. Maybe it'll work out better. Serena says, please, until Michan gets her feelings in order, just go with it.
わかったよ。
Okay, I got it. Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason I felt guilty. The one at fault here was the one who knew about the entire situation and pretended to be Mion for an entire day. Shion, it's all her fault! That devil in disguise. Now, I know this is probably painted wrong in his mind, but he's unfairly putting this on Shion. Shion didn't, unless I'm missing something, Shion didn't pretend to be Mion. That was all wrongly assumed by Keiichi. She very clearly, many times, anytime she had the chance to, say, no, I am a different person, Shion. So, right? I mean, every time he slipped, she was like, no, I'm Shion. So the entire situation pretended to be Mion for an entire day. Shion. But she never once said that she was Mion. What am I supposed to be angry at? Seeing me stomping the ground impatiently, Rina giggled.
でもケイチ君も分かったでしょ。
But Keiichi-kun, you knew as well.
みーちゃんにも可愛いところがあるんだって。
That Michan has some cute things about her. Rina talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind. Now this is me, like, really, reading into things and potentially guessing farther than this game is actually going to go, or, like, thing that really matters at this point. But, like, okay, so the bad thing happens, and we've now like, Mion knows what Keiichi did, Mion knows what Shion did. There's this very awkward cloud around everyone. If that incident was to occur right there, and then all of a sudden, even if we give it like 2 days or something, Keiichi completely changed his attitude towards Mion as a person and started trying to get close to her or something, that would probably just exacerbate the problems. I would feel like Mion would be like, what the fuck is this? Now you're just getting close to me now because of the fucking thing that happened. Almost a lose-lose type situation, I feel, for all parties involved. Rina talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind. Yeah.
退屈しないやつだということが分かった。
I know that she'll never let it be boring.
よかった。
Good. Following this curt reply, Rina looked up at the sky and stretched.
ケイチ君がそれに気づいてくれれば、この数日間の出来事はすぐに笑い話になるんだよ。
As long as you realize that, Keiichi-kun, these past few days will soon be nothing more than a story to laugh about. Copying Rina, I also began to stretch as I looked at the sky. The clear sky towered into the distance.
今日は部活も何もなし。
There's no club activities or anything today.
今日だけは申し訳ないけど、ケイチ君、下校は一人でいいかな。
I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun, but just for today, can you go home by yourself?
明日からは元通りだから、今日だけ。
It'll all be back to normal by tomorrow. So just for today, okay? If all it took for everything to go back to normal was to leave Mion alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make.
分かったよ。
Got it.
ミオンに面と向かって言えないから、レナに言っとく。
Got it. I can't say it directly to Mion, so I'll say it to you.
なんだか申し訳ないな。謝る。
I still feel kind of guilty about it, so I want to apologize. No.
元はといえば、ケイチ君が無神経なことを言うからいけなかったんだよね。
The real problem was Keiichi-kun saying something insensitive, right?
これに懲りて少しはデリカシーってものを身につけるんだよ。
So if you learned anything from this, you need to look a bit into gaining a sense of delicacy. Wait, so if you've learned anything from this, you need to look a bit into gaining a sense of delicacy. What's happening in chat? I would say try. Obviously, it's hard for me to say one way or the other, because obviously I don't know anything that's not obviously been presented yet in game. But try very hard to be careful. Comments, please. Thank you. Like, I can't outwardly be like, oh, that is or isn't, because I don't know.
Hey, hey, 努力します。
Right. I'll try. That day was the shortest day of my life. Rina was talking to Mion while accompanying her around the entire time. Looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I made a promise not to. Seeing that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me. So likewise, I did my best to ignore her. For the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mion and Rina ate theirs by themselves. Let's just go back to the club. Club activities, fun times, guys. As lit outside in my ashen mood, Rika-chan came over and patted me on the head.
ケイチもミーもいっぱいいっぱいお勉強しましたですね。
Both Keiichi and me learned a whole lot. I never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having romantic problems. I didn't like that one bit. Hopefully the teacher wouldn't notice and call us to the staff room after school or something.
きっと圭一は素敵な大人になれますですよ。
I'm sure that Keiichi will grow up to be a wonderful adult.
なでなで。
Pat, pat.
リカちゃんはお勉強家だからすごい素敵な大人になれそうだな。
Rika-chan is the studious type, so maybe you'll grow up to be an amazingly wonderful adult.
もちろんなのですよ。
Of course.
僕は大人になったらすごいすごいのです。
When I grow up, I'll be super amazing. I love Rika. Honestly, I love Rika so much. I just love simple.
私も大人になったらすご
Simple
い
but
レディーに
complex
な
at
るん
the
ですよ。
same time. My, when I grow up, I'll be an amazing lady, you know?
サトコはいくつになってもお子様だと思うぞ。かけてもいい。
No matter how old you get, you'll still be a brat. You could put money on it.
なんですって？
What did you say? As Satoko snapped her fingers, a wash basin fell from above, hitting me squarely in the head.
いってー。
Ow!
何しやがんだ、サトコ！
What do you think you're doing, Satoko? Bang, smash, pinch, squeeze. It was a day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends. That song is slowly being burned into my memory. It's like clown adjacent hunks and today was Saturday, so school ended in the blink of an eye. Really felt good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. On any other day, our club would have been up to mischief during our ample after-school time, but today, Rika-chan had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Watanagashi to go to.
リカちゃんはどんな調子？
How is that going, Rika-chan?
練習はバッチリ。
Do you have it down in practice?
去年よりは頑張りますです。
I'll try harder than last year.
去年は終わった後、ヘトヘトの汗だらけだったんだよね。
You were so exhausted and sweaty after last year's ceremony.
今年はもっともっと様になってますわよ。
She'll look far more fit for the role this year.
特訓の成果、ご期待あそばせですの。
Please, look forward to the fruits of her training. The Watanagashi festival everybody had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? The festival being in June felt a little early for me, but the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of a summer festival pretty well. So I'm just now thinking, right? By this time, easily, in chapter 1, we had been introduced to Tomatake, and him and the blonde-haired lady he was with ended up being killed and then spirited away, right? Respectively. I would think that what's gonna happen if we're replaying the same stretch of days, and then we're gonna get to the festival, and assuming another person is gonna die and they get spirited away like we've been set up in as the same in chapter 1, I definitely think Shion is a candidate. I wasn't thinking the Kasai way direction, although that's maybe a good theory, but at the very least, I was like, hell yes. I'm like, wait, we don't have a Tomatake, but we do have a Shion ripe for the killing. And I hate putting it like that, but like, vaguely justified if it were to occur like that. Anyway, the festival being in June felt a little early to me, but the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of a summer festival pretty well.
じゃあ僕たちは失礼しますです。
Okay, we'll be off then.
明日を楽しみになさいませ。
Look forward to tomorrow.
それではごきげんようですわ。
Good day to you all. Now I kind of forget. Was it in the first chapter, was it explained that the person who gets speared away is like linked to the person who ends up dying too? Was that a rule that was kind of established after the first chapter? Because if that's the case, then okay, if Shion is killed, then yeah, it would have to be someone tied to. So then yeah, your mind starts running about like who is an established person tied to Shion. Tricky. Anyway. Look forward to tomorrow. Good day to you all. Satsuko and Rika-chan waved to us energetically, then left.
そういえば聞いてなかったんだけど、祭り会場ってどこなんだ?
It seems kind of unfair. We haven't really had a... The thing is, if it was that butler driver man, Kasai, or if I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but it seems like that's kind of unfair to him. He was just there. He just showed up for like a scene. And if he gets demoned away, just because he has the smallest of ties to fucking to Shion, and he was already tired of her shit too. I don't know what the selection process is, but like if I was tied to an asshole and then that asshole, because they were an asshole, got killed off, and then I run the risk of like being demoned away just because I had like a tie to them, I was like, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, shit, I better not have any ties to any assholes. I might die from this festival, after this festival kind of thing. I gotta keep my company neat and tidy. I cannot be associated with any assholes for fear of being demoned away once they are chosen to be killed off. And I know her name has been brought up, the blonde-haired lady, but I never remember. I mean, of all, like, I already have a struggle. I almost call Mion Mino all the time and everything. I will, too, also just call her blonde lady. So Keiichi says, you know, I never asked, what is the festival happening anyway? Where is the festival happening anyway?
この辺って祭りのできそうな場所なんてあったっけ?
I don't remember there being anywhere around here that seems suited for hosting one.
フルデ神社でやるんだよ。
They do it at the Furude Shrine.
ほら、以前にみんなでお散歩した時に行ったでしょ。
We went there for a walk one day, remember?
あの見晴らしの良かったところ。
It was that place with the really good view. Oh, right, I remember. There was a shrine all the way up the hill, wasn't there? Seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa.
神社には立派な集会所とかもあって、老人会のカラオケとか習字サークルの会合とかを時々やってるからね。
Is Mion back to normal? Nah, man. There's no way in hell. If anything, it's still in there. It's maybe pushed down slightly, but this feels like it's gonna come right back up soon at some point. There's a great meeting hall in the shrine too. The older people get together there and sing karaoke or practice calligraphy from time to time.
単なる神社というよりは公共施設のような雰囲気だね。
It's more like a recreational facility than a simple shrine.
なるほどね。
I see.
それなら立派なのも納得かな。
I guess it makes sense that it looks so grand then.
みーちゃんちも今日の設営にはお手伝いに行くの?
Mi-chan, is your family going to help set up today?
男手がいるからね。
Yep, we have male hands for that.
町から親類が大勢手伝いに来るよ。
Most of our relatives come from town to help. Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing to do at home today, so...
俺みたいのが飛び入りで参加すると、かえって邪魔になるか?
Would it be a problem if I squared my way in there to help out too?
え?
Huh?
ケイちゃん、手伝いに来てくれるの?
You want to help us, Kei-chan?
迷惑なら行かねえよ。
Not if it'll bother you at all.
単なる
Or
興味だ
bother
って
you all.
さ。
I was just kind of interested. We had bond dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't even know where they took place, much less wanted to help. You could say that I had absolutely no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa, though, really made me feel that like this place was a home that I had returned to. Before I knew it, I harbored a little interest in the small community activity of preparing for a festival that one day. Or the day
ケイ
before.
チくん頑張れるかな?
I wonder if you'll be able to, Keiichi-kun.
テントを立てたり、パイプ椅子を並べたり。
There's a lot of building tents and setting up chairs.
結構重労働って聞いてるよ。
Here it's pretty hard physical labor.
別に俺一人でやるわけじゃないだろ。
I mean, I wouldn't be doing it alone, right?
みんなでやればきっと早いぜ。
The more hands we have, the faster it'll go. Mion looked happy to hear that, but at the same time, her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Rina gave her the last push for me.
じゃあ決定だね。
It's decided then.
行ってきなよ、ケイチ君。
You should go for it, Keiichi-kun.
みーちゃんはビシビシこき使ってあげてね。
He's all yours, Mi-chan. Put him through the ringer.
レナの推薦じゃ仕方ないな。
Well, can't argue with a recommendation from Rina.
じゃあさ、帰ったらラフな格好で神社に来なよ。
Okay then, go home first, put on some work clothes, and come to the shrine.
汗拭き用のタオルもあるといいかもね。
Oh, and you might want to bring a towel to wipe your sweat too.
よし来た。
Got it.
俺こう見えても太陽の下で汗をかくの嫌いじゃないんだぜ。
I may look scrawny, but I actually quite like breaking a sweat under the hot sun.
せいぜい腰を痛めないようにね。
Careful you don't hurt your back, okay?
じゃあ、おじさんはこの辺で。
Right, enough of my old man spiel.
私も着替えたらすぐに神社に行くから。
I'll go to the shrine too, as soon as I've changed.
みーちゃんも頑張ってね。
Mi-chan, do your best too. You do your best. Bye-bye. Mion waved vigorously to us and left. As far as I could tell from her gallant, retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she had yesterday.
女の子は切り替えが早いんだから。
Girls are quick to get over things.
もうみーちゃんも大丈夫だよ。
Mi-chan is already fine.
うん。
Right.
あれだけ綺麗に切り替えてくれるとこっちも実に合わせやすい。
Her switching back to normal so cleanly really makes it easy for me to talk to her.
でも面白かったでしょ。
It was kind of funny though, wasn't it?
シンデレラみたいっていうのかな。
Kind of like Cinderella.
魔法が解けたらもう会えないってところが。
Like, you can't meet her anymore once the magic wears off. Rina began to giggle a fair bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me going along with it gave me a weird, hard-to-describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything, or did they do it for me?
そんなに面白いならレナももう一人の自分を演じればいいじゃないか。
If you think it's so funny, then you should try pretending to be a different Rina, too.
面白そうだね。
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
じゃあケイチ君はどんなレナに会いたいかな。
Keiichi-kun, what kind of Rina would you want to meet?
アイドル真っ青のルックスと
Oh boy.
俺の言うこと何でも確実に聞く器量よして頼む。
One with a bust size of at least 90. Huge knockers that you're okay with me touching.
そんなの無理。
I can't do that.
料理上手でお昼のお弁当を作ってくれて朝は迎えに来てくれて。
She'd be great at cooking and make me lunch and come to see me in the mornings.
それいつもやってる。
I do that already. I put Rina's head into a tight grip, then start to pet it.
リュウグウレナなんだろ。
You're Rina Ryugu, right?
レイナじゃなくてレナ。
Rina, not Reina.
だからレナはいつまでもレナのまんまでいろ。
Rina. So you just stay as Rina forever. Rina, for her guy.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
お祭りのお手伝い頑張ってね。
Have fun helping set up the festival.
おう、明日祭りで会おうな。
You got it. Let's meet up tomorrow. I got changed right away, and, slinging a towel around my neck like Mion suggested, I set off for the shrine. Steps. At the shrine, there were more people than you'd imagine even lived in Hinamizawa there. All cordoning off areas and setting up tent frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they did so. Alright, where's Mion? The liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I had already worked there. Suddenly, the principal called out to me. Hmm? If it isn't Maibara-kun, interesting. Have you come to help me with the Watanagashi setup?
ああ、どうも。
Hello.
何かお手伝いできないかなって思いまして。
Yes, I was just wondering if there was anything I could help with.
首相な心がけである。
How commendable your attitude is.
存分に汗を流すがよいぞ。
Feel free to sweat to your heart's content. Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people setting up tents. Oh, what's this? It's Maibara-chan. Did you come all this way to help us? I hadn't found Mion yet, but I suppose I'll just get in her way if I ran into her. Yeah. I'm here to help.
よろしくお願いします。
Just tell me where you need me.
若いのは元気があっていいね。
You young ones have all the vitality.
ほら、軍手つけて。
Here, grab some work gloves.
テントは組んだことあるかい？
Ever build a tent before?
いえ、初めてっす。
No, never. Delighting in teaching a new skill to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things.
じゃあ、兄ちゃんは天幕の内側に入って天骨の紐だけ結んで。
I was trying to formulate in my mind at some point like a joke about he's never set up a tent, but he saw plenty of tents back at the family, what was it called? Angel Mortar. I couldn't come up with like I couldn't navigate the joke well enough. So while those last couple of lines were like going on, I was like in my head the gears were turning. I was like, what is? Oh god. Okay. Okay, kid, go inside the tent and tie up the cords for the top. I'm sorry. For the top.
結んだら足を立てて残りの紐も結ぶからな。
After that, we'll stand it up and tie the rest of them. It's not me. The game and the story had that word and those phrases in it. I am just repeating what the game has.
蝶々結びでいいんですよね。
Did I read that line? We'll stand up and tie the rest of them. Okay, okay, go inside. After that, we'll stand. Okay, great. Butterfly knots are okay, right?
よいしょ。よいしょ。
There. And there.
結んだか。
All done?
立てるぞ。
We're standing it up.
いっせーの。
1, 2, 3. What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on 4 splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Whoa. Seeing it put together like this is actually pretty moving.
ほれほれ、感動してる場合じゃないぞ。
Come on, no time to stare and wonder.
まだまだたくさんあるんだからな。
We've got a lot more to do.
トラックにテントを積んであるから、ここまで持ってきな。
We packed the tents into the truck, so go get them from there.
重いから2人でやれよ。
They're heavy, so take someone with you.
大丈夫っすよ。俺こう見えても結構力あるんすから。
No, I'm good. I may look scrawny, but I'm actually pretty strong. That's a lie. He got beat up by the Lardo back at the Angel Mortar. Whoa! They look light enough, so I thought they were, but they're heavy.
だから2人で運べって言ったろ。
That's why I told you to have someone help.
ほれほれ。
Come on, said the man, lifting it up with a grunt and taking it away under his arm. Either I'm weak or these old guys have all have superhuman strength.
ほら、一番若いんだから汗しないとダメだぞ。
Let's go. You're the youngest one here, so we're gonna make you sweat for it.
頑張れ頑張れ。
Do your best.
終わった後のビールがうまいぞ。
Beer after work is the best.
俺未成年だし。
I'm a minor. Sweat dripped from my body. I had been fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would never have thought the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delicious.
若いからね。
You're so young.
担当のみ。
Make sure you drink a lot.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. It was then that I realized a crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men looking like they were preparing for the ceremony together.
リカちゃんか？
Is that Rika-chan?
おーい、リカちゃん。
Hey! Rika-chan!
頑張れよ。
Do your best! I shouted. It seemed like she heard me. Rika-chan, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys with me watched Rika-chan as well with distant gazes.
リカちゃまも頑張るな。
Rika-chama's doing a great job.
去年に比べるとだいぶ板についてきたみたいだしな。
She seems far more used to this than she did last year. The old lady who gave me the tea clasped what looked like prayer beads in her hands and said,
リカ様、ありがたや、ありがたや。
Rika-sama, we thank you, we thank you. And just like that, began to respectfully pray to her. Huh? I just remembered that they called it the Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika-chan's full name Rika Furude? The man standing next to me answered my question.
そうだよ。
That's right.
リカちゃまのフルデ一族は代々大社様をお祭りする由緒正しい一族なんだよ。
Rika-chama's Furude clan is ancient and honorable. Ancient man? I always have to say that. And has worshipped Oyashiro-sama for generations. Huh? I'd always gotten the feeling she wasn't quite your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family.
昨年、神主様だったお父さんが亡くなられてからは、ああやって頑張って祭事を引き継いでおるんだよ。
After her father, who was the shrine priest, died the year before last, she's really been doing her best to learn the rituals.
この立派になった姿、神主様に見せたかったの。
I wish the priest could have been here to see how wonderfully she's grown up.
え?
What?
リカちゃんのお父さんってお亡くなりになったんですか?
Rika-chan's father passed away?
よし、休憩終わり。
Okay, break time is over. I have to keep straight that, like, so far in chapter 2, he's not been told of all the different things from, like, Oishi. Or from Toмотake, who apparently doesn't exist anymore. He's been wiped off the planet, apparently. Okay, break time is over.
次は使わないパイプ椅子を沖小の体育館に戻しちゃおっか。
Let's get the chairs we're not using back to the gym in Okinomiya.
マキさん、Kを回して何人か連れてってよ。
Maki-san, pull the truck around here and take a few people with you.
じゃあ、前原君、最後にもう一働きしようか。
Alright, Maibara-kun, let's get to work on one last job. Yeah, you're gonna make me do more work. Can't tell if they know I'm a miner or not, but the older men all cheer me on, encouraging me to do my best, and the beer will be great. I think you learned those only on the day of the Watanagashi. Oh, okay. Man, it seems like it happened way earlier, but maybe the pacing was different? I don't know. But yeah, timeline-wise, I guess, yeah. Keiichi, working hard, I see. I passed by Mion. She was carrying a big cardboard box. It looked like she was right in the middle of working as well. Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, it seemed I wasn't the only one with his hands full.
Oh,
yeah, I'm working my ass off.
Mion mo ganbare yo.
You work hard too.
Beer ga umai zo.
The beer's gonna be great. We were worked to the bone until the sun began to set and it started cooling off. It was soon full-fledged night, and the clear sound of the Higurashi eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before drinking party in a tent a fair bit off, causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lonely road, tickled by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive just a little while ago. The wind felt good. I leaned on one of the stone guardian dogs at the front of the shrine, gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly, a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me. Uh-oh. The fucking devil. Keiichi, great work! Here's some tea for you.
Oh, 気が利くな.
You're so considerate.
Thank you, Mi.
Thanks, Mi. Her voice sounded exactly the same, but it felt somehow different.
Oh, omae wa?
Oh, wait, you're... Pop! Hey, Shion. Don't go giving Mion all the credit. She isn't considerate at all. Don't get us confused, okay?
Shion, teme.
Shion, you little... Now that I've caught you, you're not getting away. Ah ha ha ha. It was your mistake, Keiichi. I've never said I was anyone other than Shion. I guess I can't argue with that.
私にかなうわけないんですからね。
That's right. You're no match for my older sister, so can't let you be a match for me either.
それより麦茶
Anyway, your tea.
ぬるくなっちゃいますよ。
It's going to get warm.
もう機嫌直してください。
Come on, please cheer up.
だからこれ仲直りの麦茶ってことで。
I'm trying to make it up to you with this tea. Well, she'd come all the way here to give it to me. Guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it in one gulp. And then suddenly, I heard a loud shout and it got stuck in my throat. Which one is it this time? Is it the real Mion? Shion?
あが、なんでまたケイちゃんと一緒にいるわけ？
Why are you hanging out with Keiichi again?
お姉と違って私は気配りとかできるタイプですから。
Because unlike you, I'm very considerate.
汗だくになってたケイちゃんを放っておけなくて麦茶を持ってきたわけです。
Keiichi was so sweaty. I couldn't leave him alone, so I brought him some tea.
ところで、お姉はなんで麦茶を2つも持ってるんですか？
By the way, why are you holding 2 cups of tea? Mion's face went bright red. She tried to hide the paper cups behind her back.
いや、これは。
Well, this is...
大雑把で自分さえ良ければいいお姉がクラスメートの男の子に海外しく麦茶を持ってくるわけないですよね。
There's no way you, such a rough, timid, good sister of mine, would ever briskly bring a male classmate tea, is there?
結局何なんです？
So what are they?
その2つの麦茶は。
What are those 2 cups of tea?
これはその
These are, well, right.
すっごく喉が渇いちゃって2杯は飲めるかなーなんて。
I was just so thirsty, I figured I'd drink 2.
お姉らしい。
That's so like you.
それ一気一気。
Come on, chug, chug. As Shion cheered at her, Mion downed both the cups of tea, one after the other. Erg, cough, cough.
さすがはお姉、見事な飲みっぷりでした。
What a fabulous drink that was. I expected nothing less from you.
ケイちゃんも拍手拍手。
Kei-chan, you give her a hand too. Wait, suddenly the situation has gotten unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easily like this, or like that. I've known for a while now, but Shion is terrifying.
ミオンって、シオンには頭上がらないのか？
Mion, you can't hold your own against Shion?
私シオン嫌い。
I hate her.
この前からもっと嫌いになった。
And lately I hate her even more. Just then, I heard the snap of a camera shutter. Oh, for the love of it, please. Tomatake! And blonde lady! Good evening.
いよいよ明日がお祭りだね。
The festival is coming up tomorrow.
今日は準備お疲れさん。
Thanks for all your hard work setting it up today.
こんばんは。
Good evening.
あら、シオンちゃん。
So really the only character we're missing from chapter 1 is that hasn't made his appearance in chapter 2 is Colonel Sanders. Damn. Good evening. Oh, Shion-chan.
珍しいわね。こっちへ来るなんて。
It's quite unusual for you to come here.
ありゃ、富武のおじさまに高野さんじゃないですか。
Oh, hey, it's Tomatake and Takano-san.
こんばんは。ご無沙汰いたしております。
Good evening. It's been a while, hasn't it?
君が噂の転校生、前原圭一君だね。
So you're that transfer student I've been hearing about, Keiichi Maibaru-kun, right?
今日は張り切って仕事してたね。感心したよ。
You really did a bang-up job today. I'm impressed. I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before.
どこかでお会いしてますよね。
Have we met before?
覚えててくれて嬉しいね。
I'm glad you remembered.
圭一君とは道で何度かすれ違ってるよ。
We passed many times on the road, Keiichi-kun.
僕は富武。
I'm Tomatake.
東京から来てるフリーのカメラマンさ。
I'm a freelance and photographer from Tokyo.
じゃあ私はわかるかしら？
Then do you recognize me? No?
す
Fuck
み
you.
ません。覚えがないです。
I'm sorry, but I don't.
高野美代さんだよ。
She's Mio Takano-san.
ケイちゃんはまだ風邪とかで診療所のお世話にはなってない？
Do you remember when you were at the doctor's office when you still had a cold, Keiichi?
美代さんは診療所で看護師さんをやってるんだよ。
Mio-san is one of the nurses who works there.
高野よ。
Call me Takano.
よろしくね。
I'm pleased to meet you.
治療に来るときは教えてね。
Tell me
太
when
め
you're
の注射針を用意しておくから。
Tell me when you're coming in for a treatment. I'll prepare a huge needle for you.
そりゃご丁寧にどうも。
That's very thoughtful of you. Tomatake-san seemed to be quite entertained at the Sonozaki twins being in the same place and took picture after picture.
話には聞いていたけど、一卵性ソーセージってのは初めて見たよ。
Tomatake is fascinated by twins. I've heard about them, but this is the first time I've actually seen a pair of identical twins.
本当にそっくりなんだな。
You really do look exactly alike. I mean, is that weird? I don't know. Like, A, are identical twins like that, like, rare of a sight? And then B, like, if I was to see, like, even if I hadn't seen twins in my life, like, if I saw them, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, it's like fucking seeing a unicorn. Oh my god. I'm so mystified. It just seems really weird. But I wouldn't put that past Tomatake. We know he's a weird freak. He's a weird camera freak. We know this about him. Nothing new for us. Yeah, you really... Okay, we read that.
そっくりなのは外見だけじゃないんですよ。ほら、下着もお揃い。
We're not just alike on the outside. See? Our underwear matches too. What? Why would... Huh? What? Why would you say that to them? Why would you say that to the group? Why is that a thing you're saying? Yeah, you idiot, what the heck are you doing? Things have never been as lively as when the two of them are together. I thought they were exactly the same at first, but I started to get a handle on which one was which. Mion is Mion, and Shion, well, she seems a far better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weakness to those lard buckets at Angel Mort. If that was the case, then the cowardly behavior from the day was all... It was all a complete act.
あの二人、昔はもっとそっくりでね。
They were even more alike when they were little.
ご両親でもどっちがどっちかわからなくて手を焼いていたそうよ。
I heard even their parents had a hard time telling which was which.
すごく想像に容易です。
That's really easy to imagine.
ご両親のご苦労がよくわかります。
Totally understand what they must have gone through. Takano gave me kind of an odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother.
富武のおじさまはまた綿流しの取材が終わったら東京にとんぼ帰りですか？
Tomatake, are you going straight back to Tokyo after you get your pictures of the festival?
本当はいつまでも滞在していたいんだけどね。
Yup, though I'd rather just stay here forever. You know, unless someone kills me. That would be crazy.
しがない大人の都合ってやつさ。
Silly adult things, that's all.
お写真が早く素敵な賞を取るといいですね。
I
お
hope
祈りしていますね。
your photos win a fabulous prize soon. I've been praying for it.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
今度来るときには今日撮った君たちの写真も持ってくるよ。
Next time I come, I'll bring the pictures I took of you all today.
今日は前原くんもお疲れ様。
Mybra-kun, you did a lot of work today.
慣れない力仕事で疲れたでしょ？
You must be tired from all the physical labor you're not used to.
まあ疲れたけど結構楽しかったです。
Huh? Well, I'm tired, but it was still pretty fun.
若さね。羨ましいわ。
Ah, youth. I'm so jealous. Takano-san smiled with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possessed. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty. Oh, I'm here too! Shouldn't have done it. Oh, hello, why, hello, everyone. Seemed like our merry crowd was standing out. This time, an overweight older man addressed us. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he?
あら、大石さん。
Oh, Oishi-san.
こんばんは。
Good evening.
明日の警備の下見ですか？
Doing a preliminary security inspection for tomorrow? No.
そんなところです。
Something like that.
おや、富武くんじゃないですか。
Oh, if it isn't Tomatake-kun.
ご無沙汰しておりますね。
It's certainly been a while.
僕の名前を覚えていてくださったとは光栄ですよ。
I'm honored you remembered my name.
あなたもつくづくひなみ沢が好きですな。
You really do love Hinamizawa, don't you?
ここいらへんは東京よりもずっとアパートは安いですよ。
Your apartments around here are far cheaper than the ones in Tokyo.
いっそ引っ越してくればいいのに。
You should just move here and get it over with.
仲のいい不動産屋を紹介しますよ。
I know a realtor I can introduce you to.
それは嬉しいですね。
I appreciate the thought.
その説はぜひお世話になりたいです。
I'd very much like to follow up on that.
ではでは皆さん、良いお年を。
Alright, everyone. Have a good year.
園崎の双子さんも良いお年を。
And Happy New Year to the Sonozaki twins, too.
良いお年を、大石刑事。
Happy New Year, Detective Oishi.
お仕事よろしくお願いしますね。
We appreciate your work.
今年は皆さんの手を煩わせない綿流しにしたいです。
We'd like to end this year's festival with the least amount of inconvenience possible.
こりゃ手厳しい。
That's pretty strict to me. Or on me. Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk to some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and saw her making an annoyed face, as if she were glaring bullets at someone she hated.
そうね。
Yeah.
今年は警察のお世話にならない綿流しになるといいわね。
It'd be nice if the police didn't have anything to do during Wadanagashi this year.
君も好きだね。
You like this place too, don't you?
あら、二郎さんは嫌い？
Oh, you mean to say you dislike it, Jiro-san?
私、そういう夢のある話好きよ。
I quite enjoy such fantastic stories, you know?
潤いのない時代だからこそ、そういうのに憧れるの。
Especially with the times being so dry and uninteresting.
お社様のたたりか。
Oh shit. The curse of Oyashiro-sama, you mean? Curse. Tomatake-san used a troubling word. Then, suddenly, someone tugged on my arm.
ケイちゃん、私お腹空いちゃったからさ。
Kei-chan, I'm pretty hungry.
酒盛りのテントに行ってお菓子でも食べてこない？
Want to go to the tent with the drinks and have some candy and sweets?
そうだな。
Hmm? I'm up for that.
俺もちょっとお腹が減ったかな。
I've gotten a little hungry as well.
行こう行こう。
Okay, let's go. A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tomatake that stung my ears and gave me a start.
今年は誰が死んで誰が消えるんでしょうね。
I wonder who will die and who will disappear this year. I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly.
シオン、今、なんて言ったんだ？
Shion, what did you just say? Or what did she just say? Oh, dots. It felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden.
行こうよケイちゃん。
Let's go, Kei-chan.
つまんない話だよ。
They're talking about something silly anyway.
お姉はまだケイちゃんに話してないの？
You still haven't told Kei-chan?
私、そういう話は吹き込まない主義なの。
I'm making a point not to spread stories like that. Shion's cold and quiet tone and Mion's harsh voice were quite the contrast.
おいおいおいおい、何の話だよ。
Hey, wait, hold on. What are we talking about?
知ってるなら教えてくれよ。
If you know something, then tell me.
俺だけのけ者なんて、なんだか気分悪いぞ。
It doesn't feel right being the only one left out, you know? I don't understand this. Someone explain it to me. However, Mion didn't seem to be at all willing to grant my request. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go.
私先に酒盛りのテントに行ってるよ。
I'm gonna go to the drinking tent first then.
早く来ないとケイちゃんの分なくなっちゃうからね。
If you don't come soon, Kei-chan, there won't be any left for you.
まあ分かってるって。
Ah, I get it already.
すぐ行くから。
I'll be there soon. Mion left, trotting towards a particularly noisy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. Before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. I showed no signs of going after her, though, so she ran off.
もしも聞いてないんだったら話してもいいけど。
I could tell you if you haven't heard, I suppose.
ひょっとすると聞かないで彼女と一緒にお菓子を食べに行った方が賢明かもしれないよ。
But it might be smarter not to ask and go with her to eat dessert. Hey now, you already got my full attention here. I'm not gonna leave without asking at this point.
ケイちゃんにも聞く権利があると思います。
I think Kei-chan has a right to hear this too.
お姉はその権利を奪ってただけです。
My sister was just stealing that from you. Shion's voice was bristling with thorns, as if somehow blaming Mion.
一体何の話だって言うんですか？
What on earth are you talking about?
あんまりもったいぶられると不愉快ですよ。
I don't really like people acting so self-important. I don't know why I'm just now thinking about this, but I was thinking about this earlier this week, and I forgot to bring it up earlier. It would be a fun experiment to like have someone who's never read like Umineko or maybe even Higurashi here, have them read all 8 chapters, but have it randomized, and don't tell them what chapters are in what order. So you randomize the chapters you give them, and then they read it through, and then when they finish the whole story or the full 8 chapters, then they're tasked with trying to order the different order what they read in. So like try to guess like what order they got randomized the chapters in. It'd be an interesting experiment, I think. Takano-san, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group. After confirming that there were no objections, she opened her mouth. Yeah, Umineko might be difficult. It would be wildly confusing. Takano, do you believe in curses, my Burkun?
たたりですか？
Curses?
面白いとは思いますけど、あんまり信じては。
I think they're interesting, but I don't really... I felt their cynical stares and winced. It was like they were telling me it was strange or not to believe in curses.
ケイちゃんは間違ってないですよ。
You're not wrong, Kei-chan.
たたりなんて迷信もいいとこ。
Curses are just superstition.
信じなくて当たり前です。
It's only natural that you wouldn't believe in them.
そうね。
Mm-hmm.
それに、たたりを信じるかどうかは、話を最後まで聞いてからゆっくり考えればいいことなんだから。
Besides, you can take all the time you need to desire whether to believe in curses after you've heard us through, said Takano-san, giving a little smile. They're trying to scare me. At least, that's what it feels like.
じゃあ少し僕が話そうか。
Alright, I'll start.
ケイイチ君はひなみ沢ダム計画を知ってるかい？
Keiichi-kun, do you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project? Oh, yeah. The other day at Angel Mort, Shion, or Mion rather, told me all about it.
確か、ひなみ沢が丸ごと水没する巨大なダムの計画が発表されたって言うんですよね。
You mean the plan for the giant dam that would flood all of Hinamizawa, right?
その通り。
That's right.
それに反対するために住民運動が結成され、国と激しい戦いを繰り広げたんだ。
Residents of the town banded together to fight it, and a fierce battle with the government unfolded. I'd heard that too. The entire village united, using all the power at their disposal, mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mion described it made it sound like a boast.
あれ？ずいぶん詳しいじゃないか。
Oh, you know quite a bit about it.
その通りさ。
Yes, you're right.
わずか1000人ちょいの村人たちが中心になって結束して、国の施策を跳ね返したというちょっとした武勇伝なんだ。
It's practically an epic tale, how just 1,000 or so villagers banded together and rejected the government's plans.
その辺はお姉に聞かされてませんか？
Did you hear this from my sister?
この辺りの武勇伝はお姉も好きですからね。
She likes those kinds of epics, you know.
ああ。
Yeah.
話してたよ。
She told me.
そのひなみ沢の人たちが結束して旗揚げした反対同盟の事務所があったのがね。
There was, however, an office for the Hinamizawa residents' opposition faction.
この神社なんだよ。
It was a shrine.
ほら、 あの集会所がその名残よ。
You know the assembly hall? That's where it used to be.
解散後は老人会のサークル活動にしか使われてないけど、当時はまさに最後の砦だったの。
Now that the whole thing is over, senior citizens just use it for group activities. At the time, though, it was their last bastion. Takano-san explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I've been carrying things in and out of there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put an office like that in the mayor's house or something. But having an office or on shrine grounds made it feel kind of like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors.
そんな心境だったんだろうね。
That was basically the mindset, though.
彼らはひなみ沢の守り神様であるお社様を祀る神社に本陣を置くことで必勝を祈願したんだよ。
Placing the main force in the shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, Hinamizawa's guardian deity, was like a prayer for victory. Oyashiro-sama. That was definitely it. They mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Is it the same Oyashiro-sama?
ケイチ君はお社様は知ってるかい？
Do you know about Oyashiro-sama, Keiichi-kun?
この神社の祀る神様の名前だよ。
It's the name of the god worshipped at the shrine.
ひなみ沢を守ってると伝えられてる。
It's said that he protects all of Hinamizawa.
いや、よくは知らないです。
Well, I don't really know much about him.
そうか。じゃあ、ここから先は高野さんの方が詳しいかな。
I see. I think Takano-san knows more about the rest.
タッチ。
Tag, you're it.
平たく言えばそのままよ。
Well, that is generally the whole story.
お社様はこのひなみ沢に伝わる古い神様で、神聖なこの地が属性に汚されることがないよう守り続けてきたと伝えられてるわ。
Oyashiro-sama is the ancient god passed down in Hinamizawa, and the villager says he's been protecting the sanctuary from the poisons of the outside world. So essentially, he's a basic standard guardian deity. I guess you can find that sort of god anywhere you go.
お社様崇拝は一種の先民思想の表れではないかと研究されているわね。
There's research into whether worshipping Oyashiro-sama is a manifestation of a kind of elitism, too.
先民思想って言葉、わかるかしら？
What I mean is that the worshippers might think of themselves as chosen people. Believing yourself chosen, a nationalistic belief that you are part of a superior race, or that you're a special clan chosen by the gods. They believe that they're a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with others, but they also end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go into too much detail, but it's the sort of national and religious ideas that lead to war. Of course, that goes for Japan too.
大昔のひなみ沢の人たちは自分たちは人間とは異なる格の違う存在だと強く信じていてね。
A long time ago, the people of Hinamizawa strongly believed themselves different from humans, but they were above them.
下界との交流を汚れとして忌み嫌ったそうなの。
They believed that interaction with the lower world would sully their souls.
だから村に下界の人間が来ると汚れてお社様の罰が当たると強く信じ、何者も近寄らせなかったそうよ。
So everyone believed that if one from the lower world came to the village, they would be sullied and suffer the wrath of Oyashiro-sama. Apparently that kept everyone away.
よそ者を嫌う村ってよく推理小説に出てくるだろ。
Villagers that hate outsiders come up all the time in mystery novels.
典型的なそういう村だったらしいんだよ。
This was once a classic example of a xenophobic village.
一応名誉のために断りますけど、大昔のことですからね。
Well, they'll deny to preserve their pride. It was all a long time ago, after all.
今は違います。
Things are different now. Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomotaki-san's words. Tomotaki-san, embarrassed at what he said, scratched at his head. So this shrine worships Oyashiro-sama, thinks of Hinamizawa as holy ground, and it's a symbol of their traditional hatred of the outside world.
なるほど。
I get it.
だから下界からやってきた汚れたダム計画に立ち向かうためにひなみ沢の守り神様の神社に本陣を置いたと。
So that's why they chose the shrine of Hinamizawa's guardian spirit as their base of operations, to resist the solely dam construction project that came from the outside. Correct. Smiled Takano, pleased. She must dislike stupid people.
円担ぎも万端。
Superstition, every last bit of it.
村人たちは視力を尽くしてダム計画に立ち向かうんだ。
The villagers gave everything, desperate to oppose the dam construction.
その最中なんだよ。
And right in the midst of it,
事実上、あの事件でとどめが入ったと言ってもいい。
the incident drove home the finishing blow. Oshiro-sama's curse.
南沢ダムの建設現場の監督がですね、
Person
殺されちゃったんです。
The person managing the construction site at the Hinamizawa Dam was murdered.
4年前かな。
4 years ago, I believe.
結構派手に新聞に載ったんですけど、覚えてません。
It took the newspapers by storm. Do you remember it?
ちょっと知らないな。
No, not really.
部下と喧嘩して、ツルハシでめった打ちにされて、両手両足、首をもいで捨てられたんだそうです。
He had a fight with a subordinate and was beaten to death with a pickaxe. His limbs and heads were torn off. Not heads. Were torn off and the remains disposed of.
バラバラ殺人だよ。
One of those dismemberment homicides.
一頃流行ったろ。
They were all the rage at one point. Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that, an incident. A person caused the incident after all. Should they really put it down to the curse?
その翌年にはね、南沢の住人でありながらダム推進派のグループを結成していた男がね、
Then the following year, the man who had organized Hinamizawa's group of dam proponents,
旅行先で崖から落ちて死んじゃったの。
he fell from a cliff while on vacation and died.
これは事故だそうよ。
Apparently, it was an accident.
何しろ、南沢中から敵視されていたからね。
Of course, most of Hinamizawa was hostile towards him.
警察もかなり念入りに他殺の線を洗ったんだけど、結局事故と断定したみたいだよ。
The police were all over the case as if it were a homicide, but in the end, it was judged to have been an accident. Now it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched.
さらに翌年、
And then, on the next year,
今度はね、この神社の神主さんが原因不明の病で倒れて急死しちゃったの。
this time, the priest of the shrine contracted an unknown illness and suddenly died.
前の神主さんは、こう言っちゃ失礼ですけど、ちょっと日和見な人だったんですよね。
This may sound a little rude, but the old priest was kind of a wait-and-see type.
村中が反ダムで盛り上がってるのに、神主さんは放っておけみたいな感じで。
The whole village was in an uproar about the dam, but he just kind of didn't seem to want to bother.
抵抗運動の象徴である神社の神主さんが、そんな感じなんだからね。
The shrine was a symbol of the opposition movement, and its priest, well, his attitude worked against him.
リーダーシップを期待していた当時の村人たちは失望し、中には怒りを抱く人たちもいたそうよ。
The villagers at the time had hoped for a leader, but their hopes were betrayed. Some people were apparently pretty angry too.
だから当時、年寄り連中はみんな言ったんです。
So at the time, all the older people were like,
これはお社様のたたりだってね。
This is Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's what they said. It did seem like every year, dam-related people in the village had resentment towards... It did seem like every year, dam-related people in the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy.
しかもね。
Oh, and also...
面白いことに、これらの事件や事故は、毎年必ず綿流しのお祭りの晩に起こるんだよ。
It's interesting. All these incidents and accidents always happen on the night of the Watanagashi festival. What?
ね、ちょっとたたりっぽくなってきたでしょ。
Man, I tell you, the blonde lady is way too happy about this shit sometimes. See? Starting to sound like a curse now, isn't it?
さらに翌年。
Then the year after that?
つまり去年だね。
In other words, last year?
今度は事故死したダム推進派のリーダー格の男の弟夫婦の奥さんが撲殺死体で発見されちゃったんだ。
The sister-in-law of the man who was the leader of the dam proponents, the one who accidentally died, was discovered dead, having been beaten to death.
もちろん犯人は捕まったけどね。
Of course, they caught the criminal.
ね。
I was really curious if we were gonna tread over the I mean, it makes sense that we have to because this is the same period of time where we have to catch up catchy on the whole thing again. But I was curious if the game was gonna go all right, here we go, we gotta explain the cycle of the deaths and all whatever. So she says, see?
やっぱりたたりっぽいでしょう。
Really seems like a curse, huh? 4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace. But every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping an Oishiro-sama? That's not normal.
年寄り連中はこの数年の事件ですっかりお社様のたたりを盲信しちゃって。
The old folks have been blindly accepting Oyashiro-sama's curse because of the incidents these past few years.
若い人たちだって最初はバカにしてましたけど、今は誰も茶化しませんね。
Even younger people, too. At first they thought it was stupid, but now everybody makes fun of it. Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. Even me. Even if I didn't think there was a curse at all, thinking about all the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real.
例えば今日のお祭り準備にしてもそうさ。
For example, just look at the preparations for the festival you were doing today.
ダムとの戦いで荒れていたとはいえ、何年か前までは綿流しはそんなに盛況していたわけじゃないんだよ。
Everything might have gone crazy during the battle against the dam, but just a few years ago, the Watanagashi festival was never this well attended.
まあそうですね。
Well, I guess you're right.
お社様のたたりの話がなかったらこんなにお祭りには集まりませんね。
If we didn't have Oyashiro-sama to talk about, we wouldn't all be coming to a festival like this, huh?
不信心者には罰が当たるかもしれない。だからお社様のお祭りには必ず出ようって言ってる人たち多いです。
There's a lot of people who say that infidels might be punished, so they really need to go to Oyashiro-sama's festival. Shion nodded as if she were mocking herself.
どうかな。
So how about now?
ケイイチ君もひょっとしてたたりは本当にあるのではという気になってきたんじゃないかな。
Keiichi-kun, you're starting to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the curse is real, aren't you? I mean, can't just laugh off people related to the dam construction project all dying like that. If even I feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that.
まあそれでもたたりなんかないと思ってます。
Well, I mean, I still don't think there's a curse.
ですけど信じる人たちの気持ちもわかるつもりです。
I can understand those that believe there is, though.
さすが
Wow, Kei-chan.
ケイちゃんは冷静に判断できてますね。
You can really keep a cool head about this. Shion grinned, realizing I'd rejected the curse.
たたりでもな
reject
く
the curse.
偶然のはずもないなら
Just fucking reject it.
これらの事件はどういうことになるのかしらね。
If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then what should we make of these incidents? Takano-san said, smiling playfully, as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence. But every year, someone dies. What should we make of that, then? Toмотake-san, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid.
高野さんはね、人間の仕業かもしれないって言ってるんだよ。
Takano-san is suggesting that it might be the work of real people. Eh? Simple process of elimination would have gotten me there. I was a little taken aback by not having realized the answer immediately.
だってそうでしょ。
Well, think about it.
たたりでもなく偶然でもないなら人の意志が働いてるとしか考えられないもの。
If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then people must be willingly carrying it out. It's the only explanation, right? If this story was happening in modern day, Takano would be definitely like a murder podcast fanatic. She would love her little stories. Takano-san pressed on. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here I was just a few minutes ago, thinking the very concept of curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested it was someone's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. But Takano-san was right. It was either a curse or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion.
人間が犯人なら確かにひなみ沢の誰かが犯人なんでしょうね。
If the culprit is a person, then there'd have to be someone from Hinamizawa.
現に警察の大石さんはそう見てますから。
That's what the police officer, Oishi-san, thinks right now, too.
おいおい。
Hey, wait.
そんなわけあるのかよ。
That can't be. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the dam project business. However, if Oyashiro-sama's curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the dam construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of those methods was maybe... I hit the button. Make sure I didn't miss something there. Okay. If one of those methods was maybe... Okay, people whisper that Oyashiro-sama's curse could be the doing of a secret group in the dam resistance movement. Shion dryly put words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself.
ちょっと落ち着いて考えれば、誰が見たってHinamizawaの誰かの仕業だってわかることです。
If you calm down and think about it, anyone would come to the same conclusion.
ダム工事に反対して得をする人以外、動機がないじゃないですか。
There wouldn't be a motive for anyone but people who benefit from opposing the dam project, right?
それはそうだけど。
I guess that's true. Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the dam conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint.
それにね、警察の人は知らないだろうけど。
One more thing. Police probably don't know this.
Hinamizawaの人間にはわかる、Hinamizawaの人間の犯行だという証拠があるんです。
There's proof that someone from Hinamizawa committed these crimes. The people of Hinamizawa know it. What? Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down.
ごめん。
Sorry.
でもその証拠って一体。
But this proof, what is it?
必ず一人が死んで、もう一人が消えるからです。
It's the fact that one person dies and one more person disappears. One more person disappears? Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice?
消えるって意味がよくわからないな。
What do you mean by disappear?
それは失踪するって意味か?
They just vanish and you never see them again?
そうです。
That's right.
忽然と、跡形もなく。
Suddenly, and without a trace. As she spoke, Shion pretended to do a trick with her hands like she were making a magician's hat disappear. One dies a mysterious death, and one disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then why? How does that equate to someone from Hinamizawa being the culprit?
実はね。
Well, actually.
Hinamizawaの古い伝統の一つにね。
Hinamizawa has this one really old legend.
お社様の怒りを鎮めるために生贄を捧げたというのがあるの。
It's about how people offer sacrifices to Oishiro-sama to calm his wrath.
生贄?
Sacrifices?
ええ。
Yes.
すまきにされて底なし沼に生きたままじわじわと時間をかけて沈めたんです。
They say they used to wrap a living person up in a bamboo mat and let them slowly sink down into a bottomless swamp. Takano-san, though explaining something pretty terrible, has a look of glee on her face as she did it.
文献を調べた限りでは3日3晩をかけて本当にゆっくりとじわじわと沈めたそうよ。
As far as I can glean from the literature, it actually took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink.
ほら、昔の人って結構ダジャレが好きでしょ?
See? Even people a long time ago liked symbolism.
沈めるをかけてたんだと思うの。
As the body sunk, Oishiro-sama's anger would be quelled.
だから時間をかけて沈めるという意味があったんでしょうね。
Both were submerged into the deep. Takano-san was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt a difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano-san's.
この辺の話は、まあ聞いて想像がつくと思いますけど、Hinamizawaの秘史です。
This whole conversation, well, they can imagine after hearing it, but it's a secret history of Hinamizawa.
Hinamizawa に昔からいる人なら誰でも知ってますが、それを口に出すことはありませんね。
Everyone who's been in Hinamizawa for a long time knows it, but they don't talk about it.
高野さんはHinamizawa出身じゃないけどね。詳しいだろ?
Takano-san's not from here, but she knows quite a lot.
彼女は郷土史とか民間伝承とかが好きでね。
She really likes local history, folk legends, stuff like that.
全部独学で調べたんだよ。
She learned about it all by herself too.
そんなにかっこいいものじゃないのよ。
I'm really not all that amazing.
単なる知的好奇心。
Just curious, that's all.
子供と同じよ。
Like a child.
ただの怖いもの見たさ程度なんだから。
I just want to see scary things for the fun of it. Toмотaka-san laughed, a little bit embarrassed.
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait a minute.
ってことは何ですか？事件のたびに消えるという一人は生贄に捧げられているって言うんですか？
What does that mean? The other person who disappears during the incidents. You're saying they're offered as a sacrifice? Yeah. Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies, then someone disappears.
本当に生贄にされてるかどうかは別にして。
Well, whether they actually get sacrificed or not is a different issue.
過去の事件では必ず一人が死ぬ他に一人が消えてるんだよ。
But every time something happened in the past, one person died and one other person disappeared.
例えば一番最初のダム現場の監督が殺された事件も複数犯のうちの最後の一人が未だ逮捕されてないらしいんだ。
For example, first one where the dam site manager was killed, apparently one of the people responsible for that still hasn't been arrested.
それは単にうまく逃げおおせてるだけなんじゃないんですか？
Couldn't that just mean he managed to get away?
別に生贄にされたというのとは違うのでは？
I don't see why we should treat him as a sacrifice.
まあ僕もそうだとは思うんだけどね。
Well, that's basically what I think too.
で、次の年のダム推進派のリーダー格の男なんだけど。
There was also the year after that, with the leader of the dam proponents.
確か旅行先で崖から落ちて亡くなったんですよね。
You said he fell from a cliff and died while on vacation, right?
落ちたのは奥さんも一緒らしいの。
Apparently his wife fell as well.
警察は懸命に捜索したんだけど、どうしても奥さんの遺体だけ見つけられないんですって。
Police investigated fervently, but they were never able to find the wife's corpse.
崖下の川は増水してたそうだからね。
The river under the cliff was actually pretty high at the time, though.
どこか川下の湖の湖底で土砂にでも埋まってしまったのかもしれないけどね。
She could have just been buried under the sand at the bottom of some lake downstream or something. The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide too. I thought I'd heard about cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but I still didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image.
その翌年の神主の病死の時ははっきりしてます。
The year after that, with the priest suddenly falling ill and dying, is much clearer.
奥さんが遺書を残したんです。
His wife left a suicide note.
死んでお社様のお怒りを鎮めに参りますってな感じのが神主さんが亡くなった晩に自宅に残されてたそうですから。
They found in their house the night the priest died. Said something along the lines of her quelling Noshiro-sama's wrath through her death. The curse seems to turn up in this one, though.
まあ、真相は闇の中なんだけどね。
Well, we may never know the truth of the matter.
その奥さんが受水自殺した沼は、さっき高野さんも話した例のでっかい底なし沼ってことになっててね。
The swamp the wife drowned herself in was the giant bottomless one Takano mentioned before.
警察も沼を調べたそうだけど、遺品がいくつか見つかっただけで遺体は発見できなかった。
Police investigated it, but all they could find were several of her possessions. They never found the corpse.
警察は偽装自殺を疑って今でも探してるらしいよ。
The police suspect it was fake suicide, and they're still investigating it now. Someone dies every year. In the same way, someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp, still alive and drowned to death? But a curse. That's unbelievable in its own right.
その翌年には、なんだっけ、ダム推進派の男の弟夫婦の奥さんだっけ？
And the next year, what was it? The dam proponent's sister-in-law?
が殺されたんだよな。
She was killed. So, at that time, someone else vanished.
消えました。
Someone did disappear.
北条聡君っていう私と同い年の男の子です。
It was a boy around my age named Satoshi Hojo.
殺された主婦の義理の甥にあたります。
He's the nephew by marriage of the woman killed. Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well. At least, that's the vibe I was getting.
まあ、ざっとこんな感じね。
Well, that about sums everything up.
必ず一人が死んで、必ず一人が忽然と消える。
One person always dies, and one person always suddenly disappears. Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact was that each incident involved one person disappearing.
じゃあ、つまり。
So that means...
一人目が死ぬのはお社様のたたりで、二人目が失踪するのは村人が生贄に捧げてるからだって言うんですか?
The first person who dies is because of Oishiro-sama's curse, and the second person who vanishes is because the villagers sacrificed them? Is that it?
ケイちゃん、たたりなんかないです。
Kei-chan, there is no curse.
誰かがお社様のたたりという名で一人目を殺し、誰かがその生贄として二人目をさらってるんです。
Somebody kills the first person under the guise of the curse, and someone takes away the second person to be a sacrifice.
でもシオン、それじゃ村の中に犯人がいるってことになるんだぞ。
But Shion, that means a criminal is in the village.
私は初めからそう睨んでます。
That's what I've been guessing from the start.
結構ショックですよ。
It's pretty shocking though, you know?
この昭和の時代にそんな古い因習で人殺しが堂々と行われるなんて。
We live in the Shoya period. It's kind of hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing using some ancient justifications, huh? Didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and its epic tales, so she had avoided talking about Oishiro-sama's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how you looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of curse to purge Hinamizawa of this bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was a criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Once upon a time, they looked so alike you could mistake one for the other. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion.
じゃあ皆さんはhinamizawa沢の誰かが犯人だと思ってるんですね。
Then everyone else, they all think someone from Hinamizawa did it, right? Neither Shion nor Takano-san answered that. The deafening silence told me all that needed to be said.
じゃあ重ねて質問します。
Then let me ask another question.
hinamizawa沢の誰かが犯人なら、犯人は誰なんですか?
If someone from Hinamizawa is the culprit, then who is it? Neither Shion nor Takano-san had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I had hoped they wouldn't have one. The reason I asked was to argue that their explanation that the culprit was from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught on to my plan. She gave a pained smile at my petty spite and opened her mouth to speak.
私が言ったのは所詮状況証拠ですからね。
All I said really just amounts to circumstantial evidence anyway.
具体的に犯人の名前を知ってたなら警察に突き出してます。
If any of us knew who it really was, we'd have gotten them into police hands already. As would anybody. Then what about Takano-san? She too smiled dryly as Shion had and opened her own mouth. Well...
初めに誤解を解いておきたいんだけど。
I'd like to clear one thing up.
別に私は探偵さんのつもりはないのよ。
I'm not a detective or anything. Alright?
本音を言うとね、犯人が誰かなんてことには興味ないの。
In all honesty, I'm not really interested in who the culprit is.
高野さんも困った人だな。
Takano-san, you sure are a handful. Tonotaka-san gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter.
私はね、
You see...
古式ゆかしい残酷な風習やおとぎ話に興味があるだけ。
I just like cruel and atrocious ancient traditions and fairy tales.
知的好奇心で面白がってるだけなの。
I only enjoy them from a curious onlooker's perspective.
だから一連の事件も犯人は誰かってことよりも事件の存在自体が古い因習がまだ根深く残ってることの証拠だって思って面白がってるくらい。
So even for the string of incidents, it's not so much finding out who the culprit is, but enjoying thinking about how the old traditions displayed by the incidents themselves still seems to have some pretty deep roots around here. See, I know. That's what I'm saying, dude. Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was in fearful awe of the person whose emotions I couldn't comprehend.
ま、私は全然面白くないですけどね。
Well, I don't think any of this is interesting at all.
明日はいよいよ綿流しのお祭りですけど、誰にも死んでほしくないし、誰も消えてほしくないです。
The Watsunagashi festival is coming up tomorrow, but I don't want anyone to die or disappear.
明日か。
Tomorrow, huh? That's right. It completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to Oshiro-sama's curse. It wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow night of the festival, would someone die and someone disappear?
明日は一体誰が死んで誰が消えるのかしらね。
I do wonder who will die tomorrow and who will disappear, though. Takano-san said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Then, out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Right, I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? Like a bad friend. I should go back to her soon.
Takano-sanもからかいすぎだよ。
You're teasing the kid too much, Takano-san.
ケイチ君がすっかり真に受けてしまったじゃないか。
Now Keiichi-kun thinks it's all true.
ごめんなさいね。
I apologize.
また悪い癖が出ちゃったみたい。
It's that bad habit of mine again, said Takano-san, sticking out her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found.
高野さんはね、純粋そうな子を見るとからかいたくなる悪い癖があるんだよ。
When Takano-san sees an innocent child like you, she can't help wanting to poke fun at them. It's a real bad habit.
ケイチ君が真剣に聞いてくれるもんだから、ついつい調子に乗っちゃったみたいなんだ。
Keiichi-kun, you listen to everything so earnestly that she ended up getting carried away. Unlike Takano-san, Tomotaka-san seemed like a totally normal person with common sense. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impression they'd given me.
高野さんが今した話はあくまでもフィクションだからね。
The stuff Takano-san just said is all fiction.
もしもさっきの話でケイチ君がひなみ沢に持ってたいい印象が傷つけられてしまったなら、純粋に申し訳なく思うよ。
If it made you harbor any bad impressions about Hinamizawa, then we apologize for that.
もう二郎さんたら。
Jeez, Jiro-san.
高野さんも謝った方がいい。
You apologize too, Takano-san.
怖がらせてしまってごめんなさいってね。
Tell him you're sorry for scaring him. Takano-san and Tomotaka-san were arguing and messing around now. Get a fucking room. The strained air around us had already dissipated.
ケイちゃんもそろそろ戻った方がいいです。
Kei-chan, you should get going soon too.
お姉は嫉妬深いですからね。
Mion is jealous type.
私は顔を合わせると喧嘩になりそうだからこのまま帰ることにします。
If she sees me, she'll probably start a fight, so I'll just be going home.
そうなのか？
Really?
じゃあ俺はミオンのとこに戻って待たせたことを謝るかな。
Then I'll go see what Mion's doing and apologize for making her wait, I guess.
迷惑をかけたね、ケイチ君。
Sorry for being such a nuisance, Keiichi-kun.
ミオンちゃんにケイチ君を長く借りすぎて申し訳ないと伝えてくれないかな。
Could you tell Mion-chan that we're sorry for borrowing you for so long?
あ、はい。伝えても機嫌は直さないと思いますけど、一応。
Yes. I don't think telling her will make her feel any better, but sure. Tomotaka-san and Takano-san, standing next to each other, both began to chuckle.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。
Okay then, Kei-chan.
明日のお祭り、どこかですれ違えるといいですね。
Let's try and run into each other at tomorrow's festival.
会えるよ。
We'll see each other.
どうせ俺たちのことだ。
I mean, it's us we're talking about after all.
賑やかにやってるに決まってる。
We'll be making so much trouble, it'll be hard for you not to find us. Shion and I said our goodbyes to Toмотaki-san and Takano-san. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us.
私の話を真剣に聞いてくれてありがとうね。
Thanks for listening so earnestly to what I had to say.
前原くんがあまりに聞き上手だったんで、話しててとても楽しかったわ。
You're just so good at listening. I had a great time talking to you.
聞き上手なんてそんな。
Good at listening? No, not at all. I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another.
今日した話、面白かった？
Did you like my story today?
まあ、興味深かったです。
Well, it was pretty interesting.
なら、また今度も聞いてくれる？
Then I'll tell you some more sometime, okay? No, Takano, get away from me.
ひなみ沢の昔話とかおとぎ話にも興味深いものがたくさんあるの。
Stranger danger. There's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales about Hinamizawa.
もちろん、薄気味悪いのがたくさんね。
Of course, a lot of strange and creepy ones too.
私特選のをたくさん披露するわよ。
I'll choose a bunch of my favorites and tell you about them. I was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch at my head.
Keiichi君、もう行ってもいいんだよ。
Keiichi-kun, you can go now.
高野さんがからかっているだけさ。
Takano-san's just messing with you. They say goodbye again and run off. I heard Toмотaki-san call out behind him in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me, and she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait so long. Maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home, talking to some relatives. Oh, bummer, fucked up. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But my regret for having made Mion wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th? And the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of the curse. The queer tradition of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from that crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me. Oh, 4 tips. Let's fucking go. Scrapbook notes. Ooh. Scrapbook. Alright, here we go. Oishiro-sama's curse. In the ancient Onegafuchi village, the anger of Oishiro-sama, his curse, was feared above all. However, it is seldom stated anywhere that what eventually happens and what sort of divine judgment, curse, befalls them when Oishiro-sama is angry. From various reports, all hell will break loose. Demons will come flooding out. The miasma from hell will flood outward and kill every villager, letting not a single one escape. The ones evoking images of the village being annihilated stand out the most. These terrifying ideas of divine punishment are in alignment with many other religious beliefs regarding the apocalypse, hell. It's easy to imagine that there are just ways of convincing people to obey the teachings in order to prevent such an end. The conditions for inciting Oishiro-sama's wrath are likely the same as the taboos in Onegafuchi village. I believe that when an act was performed that violates one of those taboos, Oishiro-sama was termed angry, and in order to quell his anger, he would perform the aforementioned sacrificial ritual. Scrapbook. The human sacrifice ritual. The sacrificial ritual was a simple drowning involving plunging sacrifices into Onegafuchi swamp, which was considered hollowed. Of the rituals of Onagafuchi Village, this one was unique in that the sacrifice would sink slowly over a long course of 3 days and 3 nights. I believe that it wasn't so much the killing of the sacrifice that was important, but rather the symbolism of them sinking as a submerging of Oyashiro-sama's anger. For that purpose, they must have a passion for learning various methods of keeping the sacrifice from sinking too quickly, force them to sink more slowly. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell from the records, those methods were not recorded. My thoughts are that they may have used logs or some similar material to create a raft. That set up a scaffold on there, hung the sacrifice up with ropes, and let them sink little by little over time into the swamp. However, if that were the case, it would not be strange if the ritual implements used for such a ceremony were honored as holy and enshrined somewhere. Speed click. Implements used for the ritual. Ritual tools utilized for ancient religious ceremonies are commonly referred to as implements or ritual implements, and even now, some of them are enshrined on the property of Furuya Shrine in the 3 families. However, the identifiable tools are all decorative, and none appear to have been used in rituals governing the dark side of Onagafuchi Village. As the Edo era came to a close and many traditional rituals were lost, were they lost as well? Or perhaps buried in the darkness? I don't believe so. Both the implements used on the night of the feast of Onagakushi, and those used during the sacrificial ceremony must still exist, enshrined away from the eyes of the masses. Without a doubt, they exist here, today, at this very moment, in Hinamizawa. Also, I'm nearly certain where they've been enshrined. What was once locked steadfastly has, for some reason, changed this year to a cheap-looking padlock. He may be able to do something about such a lock. However, it's not far from the assembly hall, nor is it ever far from the presence of people. However, I will not give up. The night when it becomes a blind spot to every villager in Hinamizawa is coming soon. Soon, it will be Watanagashi. And finally, rabble, rabble, rabble. Oh shit, it's the fucking Hamburglar. Doesn't he make that noise? Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Oi, oi.
I don't know. Hey, are you worn out already? Tomorrow's the real thing. We're gonna be partying until morning, until the very end of it all. Got it? Got it. I'll give it everything I got. Alright then, youth is the greatest. Good work, everyone. Tomorrow's Watanagashi at last. Let's get some shut-eye in and save our energy for tomorrow night. Tomorrow is finally Watanagashi. Festivals are split into 2 groups, those who enjoy them and those who support them. The former only needs to prepare their minds, but the latter needs not only that, but also painstakingly crafted plans and preliminary arrangements. While the general majority attending goes about enjoying the festival without a care in the world, will be strained the whole way through. Why? You sure as hell know why, because the beer after everything's over is the best damn beer you'll ever have. At times like these, it's best to have energetic, physically fit people. It wouldn't be worth it if you didn't do your best until the end, enjoying it the whole way. Oh, he's here. Oishi-san came in. Everyone hurried to stand up.
Hi,皆さん、お疲れ様ですね。そのままで結構ですよ。
Hello, everyone. Excellent work out there. You can be at ease.
お疲れ様です。
Thank you, sir. Not even my seniors, who usually talk big about themselves, can hold a candle to Oishi-san. We all bow, as if we were one of those cheering squads of old. Kurado Oishi. A detective just waiting to retire, one who doesn't pay much mind to rules and regulations, and doesn't do too much in the way of real work. He looks like a rotten old man with a penchant for dirty jokes. My seniors, though, tell me he was a real fighter in his younger days, and that he may or may not have quite a heroic legend trailing behind him. Anyway, he surely had much more dignity and presence in the room than the section chief who came in with him.
皆さん、明日の綿流しの準備、本当にお疲れさんです。
Everyone, I really, really thank you for your hard work on the preparations for the festival tomorrow. Everyone present stands upright and lends their ear to the chief's directions.
昨年発生したように、連続事件を期待する愉快犯の出現が濃厚に危惧されます。各員、一層気を引き締め、犯罪の抑止のために任務を全うしてください。
We're on heavy alert for any thrill-seeking criminals expecting another incident like last year. I need all of you to focus your energy as much as possible in your mission to prevent any crimes from happening. Yes, sir!
何も起こらなければ一番いいんですがね。ですが皆さん。
Of course, it would be best if nothing happened. However, everyone,
必ず事件は起こると考えてくださいよ。
please assume that an incident will, in fact, occur.
抑止が一番ですが、まあ多分無理でしょう。今年も誰かが死んで誰かが消えます。
Prevention is number one, but it probably won't be enough. This year, too, someone will die and someone will disappear.
もう間違いなく。
There's really no doubt about it. Everyone, apart from the section chief, smiled painfully.
大井さん、そんなんじゃ困るよ。もっと真剣にやってくれなきゃ。
Oishi-san, that won't do. We need to be more serious about this.
肝心なのは、祭りの夜を越すことじゃないんです。明日の夜、起こった何かに迅速かつ徹底的にどこまでも食いついていくこと。
The important part isn't to get past the night of the festival. It's to be able to quickly, swiftly, and aggressively pursue whatever does happen tomorrow night.
気合い入れてくよ。兜の尾を引き締めてき。
I won't tolerate anything less than your best. Clench those cheeks. Clench them!
親代様のたたりの化けの皮を完璧にひっぺかしてやるぞ。
We're gonna rip all the skin off the ghost of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Yeah! Yeah! Clench the cheeks. Consider my cheeks clenched. At all times. I hit go live, my cheeks are clenched. And we'll call it a night. Look at that. We finished 2 chapters in between. Look at that. Progress. Look at this pace we're going at. 2 chapters, then 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 1 chapter. Oh, it's like a pattern is going on or something. Thanks for joining. As I've been saying, I don't think I'm gonna have the energy or time to stream anything tomorrow. So consider, I think, Sunday just a day off. I'll be doing other things. So back probably Monday night then for probably Final Fantasy. Similar week next week then. Higurashi's on Tuesday and Saturday next week. I don't think that changing at all. Yes, good point bringing that up. If you celebrate Easter or whatever, or if you don't, you just have a Sunday tomorrow. Have a great day. Have a great Sunday, whatever you're doing. I will be with friends and all. Not with family. Although I think if I was with my family, I don't think we do. And I don't even think they're doing anything for Easter anyway. Easter's just a weird holiday, you know? Anyway, have a nice night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Stay safe, stay well. All that jazz. I'll be back Monday night. Until then, so long.